good night, good evening. How was your day? Soon to be CFI. Well, yeah, we'll see. It was good. Yes, worked on the things, polished the things. Um, and yes, working on the thing. So how about you? How are you all? How is it going? Sorry I'm so late as per usual. So we'll get into the thing. Well, I'll make sure. I'll make sure. Are we almost there? So, okay. So I'm technically kind of just waiting on getting the date. I am on a list for one DPE, and I am daily checking the other DPE's schedule to see if there are any openings. And every time there's not, and I'm like, yay! I still feel there's quite a few things that I really want to polish up, do better, get done, I guess. Plus some requirements I actually have to do yet. So I'm okay with not having a date yet. So it is. I'm like there, but there's still things that I want to do. So I'm almost there, but like there. So yeah. Made your first flights in video and took you about 3 months. Oh my gosh, okay. You mentioned me at the end. Oh, thank you. Love my streams. Thank you. You changed your name, but might remember you as Art of the Chill. Oh yes. Sounds good. Hello. How are you? How is my progress going? My progress is going, yes. Yes, just waiting on the CFI Checkride, kind of, but yeah. So yeah, waiting on getting the date, but also like desperately hoping that it doesn't come up yet. So yeah, but thank you. That's awesome. A lot of work sounds like you put into it, and that's great. Finally got it in. So or got it done, or yeah, sorry. It's yes, that sort of a day. I'm sorry. Checking the things, getting the things together. Oh yes, got to do that thing. Boom. Yes, good to see you all. And we'll get to the things. Cause yes, we have the things as per usual. So good at speech. More time to study. Yeah, that's good. That's excellent. Study is always good. I have. It's I love studying. I love learning. I think this one for me particularly, the mentality has kind of been uh, a little bit difficult. So I don't know if you experience that sort of a thing where it's like it does. It depends. It depends on the mentality and I don't know the goal or I don't know. I don't know. It's just it's been weird and I've been putting in the work, but at the same time, it doesn't quite feel like I'm getting where I want to go as quickly as I'd like to get there. But again, it is. It's the way that it is. Hello, hey, hello there, yo. How is it going? I have to look at things. They look adorable. I love them. They are adorable. Good to see you. How are you? All right, let us do the things because it is going to be flight instructor practical test standards for airplane. Sorry, that was also unnecessary. So we are scrolling. Nope. That was absolutely useless. Nope, that's not what it is. What are we doing today? We're doing not that. This one. That one. Yay! Haha! It is that time. Task B: Runway Incursion Avoidance. So, note, if this task has been previously performed in the aircraft during an earlier instructor rating, the determination of the required knowledge can be demonstrated during the brief at the discretion of the examiner. Oh, okay. So, no, this is my initial. So, it's the whole thing. Objective, to determine that the applicant exhibits instructional knowledge of the elements of runway incursion avoidance by describing. Oh, I don't know if I want to do that for all these because there's 17 of them. So we'll just say number 1, distinct challenges and requirements during taxi operations not found in other phases of flight operations. Number 2, procedures for appropriate cockpit activities during taxiing, including taxi route planning, briefing the location of hotspots, communicating and coordinating with ATC. Number 3, procedures for steering, maneuvering, maintaining taxiway runway position, and situational awareness. Number 4, the relevance / importance of hold lines. I literally just went over these earlier today, and for some reason they sound different than I read. That's not good. Hang on. That looks about right. Okay, that's strange. You know what I think it was? I wrote them down in shorthand on my old lesson plan, and that's probably what I'm thinking of. I apologize. So, relevance / importance of hold lines. Number 5, procedures for ensuring the pilot maintains strict focus on the movement of the aircraft and ATC communications, including the elimination of all distractive activities, i.e. cell phone texting, conversations with passengers during aircraft taxi, takeoff, and climb out to cruise altitude. Number 6, procedures for holding the pilot's workload to a minimum during taxi operations, which should increase the pilot's awareness while taxiing. 7, taxi operation planning procedures such as recording taxi instructions, reading back taxi clearances, and reviewing taxi routes on the airport diagram. I will get back to chat. We're just going to get through the 17. 8, thank you for your patience. 8, procedures for ensuring that clearance or instructions that are actually received are adhered to rather than the ones expected to be received. 9, procedures for maintaining / enhancing situational awareness when conducting taxi operations in relation to other aircraft operations in the vicinity, as well as to other vehicles moving on the airport. 10, procedures for briefing if a landing rollout to a taxiway exit will place the pilot in close proximity to another runway, which can result in a runway incursion. 11, appropriate after landing / taxi procedures in the event the aircraft is on a taxiway that is between parallel runways. 12, specific procedures for operations at an airport with an operating air traffic control tower with emphasis on ATC communications and runway entry / crossing authorizations. 13, ATC communications and pilot actions before takeoff, before landing, and after landing at towered and non-towered airports. 14, procedures unique to night operations. 15, operations at non-towered airports. 16, use of aircraft exterior lighting. And 17, low visibility operations. Whew, we got there. Sorry, that was a lot. So, sorry. Doing well. How am I? I am quite well. That was a mouthful, the reading of these things. But we made it through. So I'm glad you're doing well. Airplane the movie. What about Airplane the movie? When on a taxiway, always follow your confirmation button to the runway. If you think you're cleared for takeoff, absolutely not. And we'll not learn about that in a little bit. Hello, howdy, how is it going? Sorry, I was trying to get through that entire thing. Apologies. How's it going? How are the things? Good to see you. Vlad, I know. I tried to think of some other way to, I don't know, and then I did. I got lost in the fingers, which is a strange thing to say. Looks like the person got tired of writing that much and shortened the right. It did, absolutely. That's absolutely how it felt. And yeah, all of a sudden reading that much faster kind of made it, I don't know, a little bit strange. So, all right. So that's what we're getting into, I guess. So, runway incursion avoidance. Again, disclaimer below. I am not a CFI. I'm not an instructor. I am in training. This is not teaching. I am not teaching anything. You are not learning anything. I am practicing my flows and my lesson drafts. I haven't been able to go over this one with my instructor yet, my friend instructor, but I am. I'm looking forward to practicing it, getting some feedback if you'd like. And yeah, just making it really great because another thing that I should say, runway incursion avoidance. This one is technical subject areas. Examiner must select tasks B among the other things. So this is one that I'm going to actually have to do. So, yeah, learning so many. No, no learning. If you take anything away from this, um, get it verified with more competent and knowledgeable people or sources. So there we go. Yeah, so runway incursion avoidance. Can you see my mouse? Yes, you can. This is what we want to avoid. So this is I'm gonna hide this slide, but I figured I'd show it. So yeah, to you guys. So it's just gonna go from here to bloop there. So what we want to know first is, what is a runway incursion? What a runway incursion is any occurrence at an aerodrome involving the incorrect presence of an aircraft, vehicle, or person on the protected area of a surface designated for the landing and takeoff of aircraft. So, boiled down, it is something, or a runway incursion is when something or someone is on or near the runway when or where it is not supposed to be. We also have surface incidents, which are similar to runway incursions, but are on a movement area other than a runway. Hello, how's it going? Good to see you. That plane's been loading a run, I know. This is actually in my instructor's lesson plan, and I I enjoyed it, so I stole it. There's a couple things that I stole a little bit from it. So hope it comes out right, and yeah, so we'll see. What are the outcomes of a runway incursion? Best case scenario is that there is no actual collision or other accident. So we got a little progression here. Little or no risk of collision if you move just a little bit past the line you're supposed to. This one a little bit further, but there's still ample time and distance to avoid a collision. Even further, there's significant potential for a collision. Even further, barely avoiding a collision. Still, no actual collision happened, no accident or anything. So you might get a number to call, a report to file. You might lose your certificate, but that is still the best case scenario. I have that in red because I kind of want to like check on that and actually get what more fully what those procedures are and what the what's the word, the threshold is for that potentiality. So we'll see. Oh wait, I'll go back to here. Thought you're gonna stay with my instructor's plate. No. I just stole the image from his runway incursion PowerPoint. Because it is like this is a big one, and he worked really hard on it for his Checkride, and so he very kindly allowed me to have it and look it over and steal from it. So yes. Hello, how's it going? Right in time for the no. All y'all gonna get me in trouble. No, we are, it's the non-knowledges. Yeah, that. But yeah, so might lose your certificate, but that is still the best case scenario, because the worst case scenario outcome of a runway incursion we experienced with Tenerife. I forgot to make sure that I'm actually saying that correctly. But what that was is it was the deadliest plane crash in history. Occurred during taxi operations. So not in the air, not during flight operations. It occurred during ground movement. Two 747s collided on the runway, causing 583 fatalities. Investigation of the crash determined that the captain of KLM 4805 began his takeoff without clearance. So that is what we want to avoid. Types of errors or causes of runway incursion. We got pilot deviations, where pilots are not following instructions, having their heads down, not looking outside, and making sure they're not running into anything. and going with not going where they're going where they're not supposed to go. Air traffic control could give instructions that conflict with others given. And then any other vehicle, object, or person moving without authorization, including for maintenance purposes. All of these, what they have in common is not maintaining situational awareness, knowing what is going on around us. Who holds responsibility for runway incursion avoidance? Everyone does. Each person moving around an airport plays a role and should be vigilant and cautious. Maintaining our situational awareness, knowing where we are going, as well as where others are. As pilots, we are responsible for our own aircraft, and that starts before startup and continues through shutdown, which includes taxiing. Taxiing being movement of an airplane under its own power on an airport surface. So the ground movement of an airplane. Challenges of taxiing. Aircraft are designed for flight, not for ground handling. So our nice long wings here, again, can see my cursor, nice long wings, big old tail in the back here, are great for flying, but they can be cumbersome on the ground. So we want to make sure we're not running into anything with those. Visibility limitations when we're in the cockpit, maneuvering that aircraft on the ground. We might not be able to see very well the tips of our wings and our tail, so we need to make sure we're being as vigilant as possible, nevertheless. When we're moving on the ground, we're in close proximity to other aircraft as well as vehicles and people, as we can see here. So there's just that much more chance that we could run into something or someone. And then if we get into, even if we don't actually run into anything, if we get into a situation where we're right there and if we move anymore, we will run into something. We don't have reverse in these aircraft, so we'll have to shut down, manually move ourselves, and get back on our way. So best thing to do is keep our eyes outside, see and avoid any hazards or obstacles. Which is why we have sterile cockpit. Learning some Swiss cheese. Ooh. I like that. You know what? Now that you say it, hang on. I grabbed a notebook so I could write things down. I don't know if I like the Swiss cheese thing because that comes up so much. So I almost want to put it in there somehow. Thank you for that. What is the date today? I'm going to write that down. Perfect. We'll see. I don't want to get too, there's so much that I could have put in here that I didn't, and I don't want to get too, I don't want to put too much in. So yeah, but yes, thank you. Yeah, it definitely is. It definitely is a Swiss cheese thing. G'day, g'day. You are back on Twitch. You got it figured out? Excellent, excellent. I'm glad. Good to see you. So sterile cockpit. What that is avoiding non-essential activities during our critical phases of flight, those being taxi, takeoff, and landing, as well as anything except cruise below 10,000 feet MSL. So what we're doing is we're focusing on our tasks, those being our aircraft movement, so not just actually manipulating the controls and the motion of the aircraft, but also looking at our diagrams to ensure where we are supposed to be, or at least those can be included. Maintaining our communications is another big thing, not just our own clearances and instructions from ATC for taxi frequency changes, but also listening to those of others in order to form a mental picture of where others are. And then we also need to be visually confirming areas are clear. Even if we have gotten clearance or we, based on reports, we think we know where other people are, before entering anywhere, taxiways, runways, visually confirming that we are actually clear to be there. And then with that, we want to make sure we don't have any distractions, no devices, no talking, no anything else except that is related to taxi. Have a couple different types of airports with both similar as well as unique procedures. We'll start with towered airports. So towered airports, air traffic control controls both ground and air movement. We also have non-movement areas at those airports. So those are surfaces where ATC does not control the flow of movement, generally being ramps and aprons. And those are distinguished or delineated by a movement boundary area line, a solid line and dashed line. Solid line on the side of the non-movement area, dashed on the side of the movement area. So think of it like when you're driving in a car and you're on this side of the road, you can't cross over that solid line, but if you're on this side, you can. In this instance, from the non-movement area to the movement area, you can cross the solid line once you have obtained clearance from ATC to be on their movement area. So when you're on the non-movement areas, it is our responsibility as pilots to take a safe and clear route since ATC is not controlling that area. Planning and pre-briefing. We want to do as much as possible while we're not moving. So while we're sitting over here at the FBO in our non-movement area, we're going to program our frequencies and GPS route as well as plan a taxi route that we think we will expect. So we can use our airport diagram. Let's say we're sitting over here and we know we're going to or expect that we're going to runway 35. We can look at our diagram and have a plan for what we think our taxi route will be. Plan for it, but beware of expectation bias because the route that we think we're going to get might not be what we actually get from ATC. So we have to follow what is given. So we can, that's the thing. You know what? I've gone through this how many freaking times and I did not, I didn't put an example for like writing down the taxi route. Yeah. So like shorthand and stuff. So that is probably going to be something that I will want to put in there. So sorry about that. This is why I do this, because I always get something new by doing it in a different form. So thank you for putting up with this. So following what's given, write it down, draw it on the diagram, read it back to ATC so you can get corrections right away, as well as some things are required. Zooming in just a little bit, read back of all runway holding instructions is required. It says right there on the airport diagram. If you are en route and there's something you feel like you need clarification on, you can get that at any time. There's also the option for progressive taxi, which is step-by-step instructions along the taxi route, which just simplifies things for us as pilots, especially in more complex airports. Chilling for the night. Good. Excellent. I'm glad you're getting some chill time. So taxi clearance. So like somewhere in here, maybe putting like a example, shorthand sort of thing rather than all of the words. So anyway, sorry. So taxi clearance. So let us say we are here again and we're going to 35 and we think that we're going to get runway 35 via Alpha 3, Alpha, hold short of runway 24, and then after that we will require further clearance from ATC, so we can also plan to expect continuing on Alpha to Alpha 6, holding short of runway 35. So we've got all that stuff done. We have our plan. We have our GPS programmed frequencies in. So then we are ready to do our call. So what that is who we're calling, who we are, where we are, the letter of the weather. So we should have listened to the ATIS, and what we want. For example, Bloomington ground, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1 at the GA ramp with Tango, ready for taxi, North VFR departure. And then they come back with their actual taxi clearance, and we draw it out, doop, doop, and read it back. Runway 35 via Alpha 4, Alpha, Alpha 6, cross 24 on Alpha, hold short, runway 35. So this is what we actually adhere to. We had our plan. This is what we're actually following. It's actually nicer for us because we got that crossing clearance. If we aren't sure on the taxi over there, we can always clarify and ask, confirmed clear to cross runway 24. And they'll be like, yep, in a much more formal way. So yeah, there's that. And then taxiing. We are able to move. We've gotten our taxi clearance. We can cross that solid line onto our movement areas controlled by ATC. So yes, the movement areas being the taxiways and the runways. We got our non-movement area here. Moving to the other side of the line. We're onto our taxiways and then our runways. So once we're on our taxiways, we're maintaining that center line. So we got our line directly down the middle of our aircraft, straight on with our middle yellow solid line. It's our clearance for our wingspan. We got indicators along our route. Lights along the taxiway are blue. Markings on the pavement are yellow. They're white on the runway, so be aware of that. And then we have a variety of signs along our taxi route. Latest release from Beyond ATC. I have not. You're fairly excited for it. It still has some issues to overcome, but it's extremely impressive so far. Okay, so hang on. Because is that the AI one? Oops. So okay, so there's a latest release. Okay, still has some issues to overcome. It's ATC and in-game traffic provided and controlled by AI. I'm still so nervous about it because how has it been going so far? Lots of issues. Weighing in. Hey, how's it going? It's interesting. I am so sure. So I'd be curious, like, what sort of issues and what are they looking at how to fix it? Kind of curious when it comes out. I heard there's another AI ATC that's making rounds. Oh gosh. That will be interesting. I'm nervous about it. Personally, I'm not sure how much I'd want to use it just because I think it would throw me off for like actual like in real life stuff. I'm still getting used to actual in real life ATC stuff, and I don't want to learn bad things, but I would be super curious to hear about it. Ability to replicate speech is uncanny since they have multiple voices with differing accents. If they can pull it off, it'll be really insane. When is it supposed to come out? Interesting. And kind of freaky. So taxiing. Signs. So aeronautical information manual. Oh, and sorry, let me know if the sound sounds weird. I think I was not talking quite into the microphone. Airport markings and signs. The Aeronautical Information Manual, Chapter 2, Section 3, goes into these and more in a lot more detail, but for now, we'll just go over a few. Location signs are yellow text with on a black background, which is showing where we are, taxiway, actual taxiway where we are, the runway that we are on. We have our direction and destination signs, which are the opposite, black text on a yellow background. It shows us the direction to a taxiway out of an intersection from either another taxiway or when we are exiting the runway, like this one. It also shows us our outbound destination, so the direction to our takeoff runways. Mandatory signs, think of these like stop signs where you have to stop and assess your next move. So these we need to receive clearance or to have gotten clearance in order to move past. And then we have our no entry sign where aircraft are not prohibited beyond that point. And then we have our hold short line. It looks kind of similar to a movement boundary area line, except it is doubled. So we got our double solid line, double dashed line. And that is on the side of the solid line, like the non-movement area, that is where our taxi area is. And then on the other side, on the dashed side, that is our runway as well as the protected area of the runway. So crossing that hold short line without a clearance is a runway incursion. In order to cross that line, you need that clearance for takeoff or for crossing the runway in order to continue on a taxiway or for lineup and wait situations. All parts of your aircraft must be over that both solid lines. for buffer for landing aircraft, their wingspan, as well as not being on center line. As well as it gives us better cockpit visibility to be able to see aircraft on final or whatever's going on down the runway. And then after landing, we want to make sure our entire tail is over that line as well. Again, limited visibility from the cockpit to the tail, but we make sure. If we have crossed that hold short line and we were not cleared to do so, we inform ATC right away and follow whatever instructions from there. Best option, however, is to just simply avoid that situation. So let's say we have done our run up and we have approached the hold short line. We switch over to tower and we say Bloomington Tower, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, holding short 27. See, we're at 27 at Alpha. See, we're on Alpha. Ready for takeoff, North VFR departure. ATC comes back, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, Bloomington Tower, cleared for takeoff, runway 27. Then we respond, cleared for takeoff, 27, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. Yay. Don't think there's a release date, or if there is, you're ignorant of it, that's fine. Honestly, it definitely needs more time to bake in the oven. Oh, okay, sounds good. So it's just hearing the things of the production and the baking of is what you mean. Okay, sounds good. I don't know what it is. I'm so nervous about it, but I'm super curious. And once it gets to a good point, it'll be interesting to say. Or it'll be interesting to see where it goes. Don't say takeoff. Oh God. Unless reading back a clearance. Oh, okay. So in my ready for takeoff, if saying ready for takeoff, I will write that down. I have definitely heard something about that. So, okay. I've definitely heard that. So ready to go or ready for departure. Sounds good. Thank you. I will bring it up to my instructor. I'm trying to think. I don't do towered stuff that often, so I don't have like ready recent experience in my brain for that specific thing. Okay. Yes. Thank you. So there's that. We will adjust that as necessary. So then landing. We must have clearance to land. What that's going to sound like is ATC will come on. They'll say Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, cleared to land, runway 27. We will respond back, cleared to land, 27, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. Once we've gotten our clearance and we have landed, we clear the runway as soon as possible onto our next available taxiway. One that is not closed, we can find that in our NOTAMs as well as our ATIS, and not a cross, we can't clear onto a cross runway, and we should pre-brief that possibility. So if we're landing here and we're landing on this runway, we can look at this and think, when we're rolling out, we want to make sure we're not clearing onto this runway and make sure that we're finding a taxiway instead. Once we are clear of the runway, clear of that hold short line, we await further instruction. We will receive our taxi route or a frequency change, and beyond. Again, making sure we're not falling into the trap of expectation bias. If we get an unexpected route, we need to be able to follow that given route. Before we start moving to follow that route, we make sure that we know where we're going on our airport diagram. Pre-brief for both airports. Before we even take off, we know we're taking off from one airport, landing at another. Get the runway data for both of those, as well as our aircraft takeoff and landing data. Both of those are particularly important for LASSO, which is land and hold short operations. We can see those on our airport diagram here. I'll zoom in a little bit. Airport diagram here, lasso, and then we get more information about it in our terminal procedures publication for that airport. So ATC, we know that ATC may request it, and we can decide, since we've looked at this, whether we would be able to accept it or not. We can choose to accept it or choose not to accept it. If we do accept it, we have to follow it. So for, I don't know how to pronounce it, to be honest, Terre Haute, landing runway 05, so this is 05. Instead of our 9,021 length of runway, we hold short of runway 1432 here, and our available landing distance then is 7,240 feet. If we can land in that space, we can accept that clearance. Or for this one, runway 32, our hold short point is the crossing runway again, and instead of 7,200 feet, we have 4,237 feet. Again, we can accept it if we wish, but again, must follow it if we accept it. Student pilots are not authorized to accept lasso. So these blue stars clear runway as soon as possible onto next available taxiway, and pre-brief both airports are also true for non-towered airports. What are non-towered airports, you ask? I'm so glad you did. Not trying to throw a wrench. No, that's okay in my system, but it helps prevent taking off without a clearance. No, I've heard something about that. I didn't think about it. So I do. I like getting these. That's why I do this on here, because all of you guys have a lot more varied experience than I do. So you get to give me these little tidbits that make these things better and give me things to think about. So that's why I do this, and I do appreciate it. So thank you. Legendary all skulls on for lasso. Is that what you were saying? Legendary all It's nerdy jokes like that keep you single. Oh no, nerdy jokes are the best. I don't fully understand it, but but I like where it was going. So non-towered airports. So some towered airports may be part-time, so during the hours where the tower is not in operation, or if an airport has no tower, then there is no air traffic control controlling the flow of movement. So those of us moving around an airport will need to provide self-clearance, using our radios to provide position reports as well as state our intentions, so that other people have an awareness of where we are and what we're doing. And then when we listen, we also have an awareness of where others are and what they are doing. So we're able to coordinate with each other, and as well as correct our intentions to whatever the existing flow is at the airport. Typically, we do calls when we're entering or clearing the runway, but can do more as necessary. And actually, calls are recommended but are not actually required, as some aircraft don't have radios. So it is incredibly important to visually scan and confirm that we are clear to enter any part of that airport, and not just rely on calls to know where people are. So, for example, if we're taking off, we come up to that hold short line and we say, for this example, Dodge City traffic, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, departing 32 to the north, and then we say at the end where we are again, Dodge City. After landing, we're clear of our hold short line, and we say Dodge City traffic, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, clear of runway 32 Dodge City. A few different challenges to non-towered airports. Like we said, aircraft with no radios. There also tend to be fewer airport indicators, typically just a center line, hold short lines, and runway signs, and sometimes even fewer than that. So we might not always have indicators of where we are on the airport, so we need to be especially aware. There could be aircraft using both or multiple runways. This can be due to calm winds or aircraft doing practice instrument approaches. Then no taxiway, like this one, we may need to back taxi, which is taxiing backwards on our intended takeoff or landing runway. So for example, we're coming from our FBO here. We hold short of the line because we have to taxi down this way in order to take off on 02. So we make a call to let people know what we're doing. So before we cross that hold short line, clear into traffic, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, back taxi 02, Clarinda, because that is the runway we're going to be taking off from, backwards on the takeoff runway. If we wanted to take off to 0, we would back taxi to 0, take off to 0. What can help with these challenges? After our run up and before approaching the runway, we can do a 360-degree turn in order to scan for traffic in the pattern, and that's on the ground, if that wasn't clear. And then below 2,000 feet when we're coming in for landing, as well as during our run up, we can put on the runway lights so that any aircraft on the ground or in the air know that the airport is in use by somebody, and they can be more alert for that. Oops, sorry. There. And again, most important is visually confirming everything all the time. So yes, I have that in red because my instructor gave me that note, and I don't quite remember what it was and if that was actually correct. It sounds kind of right, but I just want to clarify it. It's a Halo reference. Okay, sounds good. Yes, I wouldn't get that, but it sounded good. So there's that. Good morning. How are you? Good to see you. In a state of intermittently falling asleep and waking up from your phone hitting your face. That is an amazing image. Well, happy you're here. Oh my God, that's excellent. Well, I'm sorry your face is getting hit with a phone, but appreciate the humor and also appreciate you being here. So yes, then for landing, we should have pre-briefed our diagram for any peculiarities to be aware of and make our plan for our landing. When we come in for landing, we're visually confirming that both the runway as well as the opposite final are clear. If not, we need to go around. And then once we land, we can either back taxi or taxi right in, or we can even wait in the end of the run-up area if somebody's coming in right after us. But as long as we're communicating with each other, watching for things, it should go smoothly. And once we are crossed our hold short line, so our hold short line is here, get all the way across there, we are clear, we make our call, we clean up the aircraft, and do whatever else is on our checklist for that point. A few items of extra vigilance. Wambi is the man. Wambi is the man. That is absolutely accurate. And hello, how is it going? Extra vigilance. We are going to use Chino, California's airport diagram for some of these points. So I just wanted to have that there because we're going to be taking pieces of it. First point of extra vigilance is hotspots. So those are locations on an airport movement area with a history or potential risk of collision or runway incursion, and where heightened attention by pilots and drivers is necessary. So boil down, these are common or likely mistake areas around the airport. Some example causes, I should say, are irregular airport markings or intersections, and we should be pre-briefing these during our taxi planning, even with a reroute. So they're on our airport diagram. Plan for our hotspots. If we get a hotspot in our actual taxi route that we didn't plan for, before actually starting to move, we should brief it, make sure that we're aware of that area. Again, they're indicated on our airport diagram, but they have more information in our chart supplement. So for these, hotspot 1, pilots taxiing south on taxiway Delta sometimes fail to turn onto taxiway Alpha here, see my cursor, yes, by mistake, and proceed onto runway 08 left, 26 right by mistake. That is a runway incursion. Hotspot 2, pilots taxiing west on Lima sometimes turn onto runway 0321 by mistake. And that is, we were cleared to cross. However, without approval, you may not exit onto an intersecting runway, enter or cross a runway, stop or reverse course on a runway. So if you taxi onto a runway in a different direction, or instead of just crossing, you taxi onto a crossing runway, that's going to make things messy. So if that happens, contact ATC, let them know, follow instructions. Best thing to do is to avoid it entirely. Be sure of your hotspots. Pilots taxiing south on runway Kilo for hotspot 3 sometimes fail to turn onto taxiway Alpha and proceed onto runway 08 left, 26 right by mistake, runway Incursion. And then we have our complex intersection here. After crossing runway 21 westbound on taxiway Lima, pilots sometimes confuse taxiway Delta and taxiway Kilo and cross the 08 left, 26 right runway holding position marking without authorization. So even if you have been after crossing westbound on blah, sometimes confuse taxiway Delta and cross. Oh, okay. So when I was practicing this earlier, I practiced this a bunch. I don't know if that's coming out, but while changing various things, so that's a thing. I kept doing it as the example aircraft comes here and then is automatically, not automatically, but has gotten clearance to cross the runway. And so they're just crossing the runway at the wrong taxiway. But now that I'm reading it in this environment, it's almost like they just confuse the taxiways and cross the runway hold position in general. And they weren't supposed to. So either of those two options, runway Incursion, if you were allowed to cross here, but you cross here, that can still cause problems. So don't do that. Beware of your hotspots. So yeah, I'm going to have to. Oh my God. Hotspot 4. Hotspot 4. No clearance received. Keeping that in mind. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get through at least the full a full slide before am I based in the USA? I am based in the USA. Are you based in the USA? Member not allowed to learn anything here. Yes, no learning anything. Disclaimer below. I am not teaching anything. You are not learning anything. This is just flow practice. And yes. If you want to ask questions, I can attempt to answer. That will help me practice my answering stuff. But otherwise, always verify my answers with more competent and reliable sources. Would be mad if you came to a lesson and said, I learned this on Twitch. No. Don't do that. So you are in training. What are you in training for right now, if I may ask? You just finished your S1 exam. Got to retake it, though. Guessing your first shot with not a lot of studying, a 67 out of 100 isn't terrible. So now you do actually doing a lot of studying, and you'll be golden. That sounds good. Hi, how's it going? Chatting for the first time in my instructor. I'm not an instructor. I am not an instructor. I am in training to be an instructor. Hello, by the way. How's it going? Welcome. Yes, I have my little disclaimer below. But I'm currently in training. Getting towards the end of it, however surprising that may be. But yes, just working on the flows, just practicing things, and yeah, getting to it. Getting ready for Checkride. Nice. Private certificate. Already have everything pre-finance. That's nice. Excellent. That's so cool. Well, how close are you? Do you have a date yet? Are you part 141, part 61? How did you get into it? All of the questions, if you would like to answer. Going all the way to double I. Nice. That sounds awesome. And then what's your future plan also, if I may ask? You don't have to answer any of this stuff, but I am I am curious, and I love hearing other people's stories. So yes, uh, through those FOIs and special emphasis on my lesson plans. Yes, I am. We are going to get to the FOIs at some point. That's kind of my next thing. I've been kind of leaving the FOIs kind of toward the end because I have heard things where people do the FOIs at the beginning and then forget all of it by the time they actually get to their check ride. So I've been kind of saving that a little bit more for the end. I've gone over it, but I really want to get into it more at the end to keep that love recency. So yeah, almost there. Oh my God, I don't know. I don't know. You go to a school that does both, not go. Ooh, interesting. Not going through the university though. So you are part 61. Yes, but it is structured like 141. Ooh, interesting. Okay, okay. That's awesome. I am. I'm definitely part 61. I like the flexibility and stuff. So that's super cool. Chunky is the boss of the hardest working virtual formation flying team following his flying dream. That's so cool. Okay, cool. Oh, I love it. You got your AGI right after the FOI. Oh, right after the FOI written. Supposedly that makes the the oral easier. That I've been meaning to do the AGI. I don't know if I should do that. Oh, I'm going to write that down. That's awesome. So thank you for that. That's an excellent idea. You have solo, but you haven't done your cross country yet. Having trouble studying all the stuff for stage 1. Okay, so and that's the thing. So the part 61 that I do is very independent. So it isn't as structured. I don't know how like the stage things work as much. So what what can I ask, what sort of troubles are you having for this studying? I'm sure you've talked to like your instructor and stuff about this, but like I'd be curious about things that like I have to um help with as an instructor. So if you're willing to share. AGI and IGI are super easy. I'm sure they are, but I'm also I like the written stuff. I would say I'm a much better academic person rather than a practical person. So that's why the CFI stuff has been like a little bit slow for me, just because it's a lot more of the practical stuff. So academically, I want to do really with like the AGI, IGI, just get Shepherd Air and then knock it out. But I want to do really, really well. So I would. That would be, I do like that. So okay. Honestly, it is structured like 141, but because you're 61, it is very independent. Right. Only issue is that the instructors all evaluate like it's 141. So it's a bit weird because you self-study but are expected to be as prepared as a 141 student. Fair. Okay. Honestly, you learn best having a study partner and being quizzed, not by reading. Okay. Interesting. Okay. That definitely makes sense. And and that is why I guess it's a little bit difficult for me because I'm kind of the opposite. I did my ground stuff. Like I read the FAQ cover to cover on my own. And then basically asked questions as necessary of my instructor at the time. And then yeah, so that is good to think about that stuff where it's like actually having that communal study sort of a thing. So are you able to get somebody in class and be able to get together and do stuff like that? Just need a DP to oh right. That's right. DP to sign off on it. Won't ask me anything. Okay. I will. I'll I will. I'll definitely think about it because I've been meaning to, so might as well. Okay, okay. Things to think about. Things to think about. For further on hotspots. Sorry, I'm having fun talking to you guys, but I will continue with this disaster. So hotspots. We actually got some standardized symbology in 2022. So we have two types of hotspots now: ground movement, which retains the definition of the original hotspot definition; airport movement areas with a history or potential risk of collision or runway incursion, as well as retains the circle or ellipse shape. We also have now wrong surface hotspots, which are locations where an aircraft has inadvertently attempted to or actually departed or landed on the wrong surface. And that is denoted by a cylinder shape. As you can see here, hotspot 3 has cylinders around 1.8 as well as 1.7. And we also have, you can see that, correct? An arrival alert notice for that. Landing south, runway 17 and runway 18, as shown here. Offset parallels. Pilots be aware that runway 17 is 550 feet farther down the approach than runway 18. So if you're cleared to land on one runway and you accidentally land on the other runway, that is a runway incursion. So that would be a wrong surface hotspot. And because it is due to parallel runways, that brings us to our next point of extra vigilance, which is parallel runways. So as we said, using the wrong one. Once we taxi off, there is likely to be limited space in between. So we need to ensure both the front and back of our aircraft are clear of both hold short lines. So we taxi off 8 right. We got to make sure we stop before 8 left, but also make sure that our tail is clear of the 1/8 right. And then we have this complex intersection that we talked about earlier. We have hold short lines here, 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 and here. So all parts of our aircraft have to be clear of all of these. So this one has a hotspot, so that's nice for a heads up, but this one does not, so we just always need to be aware of that potentiality. Parallel runways are primarily at towered airports, but some non-towered airports have grass runways that parallel the pavement, so we need to make sure that both of those runways are clear, as well as both of their finals are clear. I had a time, I had all of these extra vigilance bits under the towered airports, because at the time I thought that they were only under, like, only at towered airports. Turns out no. So I got to rearrange today. So yes, that's awesome. But it's good. It's good to know. Now I'm pretty socially excluded because you're pursuing a STEM degree and doing your flight school independently instead of doing the university's flight science degree. You're going through the university's partner flight school though. Okay. Well, if I'm sure okay, so I do. I have a different experience than other people do, but like just being at the airport and being at the flight school, hanging out if you're able to, I'm sure you could find somebody that's willing to go over stuff with you. I would think, I would hope. But yeah. And I'm sure if you asked too, they would be able to give you like potential options. Slides look good from what you can see so far. Great visual. Thank you. I hope so. I do. I worry. I do. I really do appreciate that, because I do worry if things are too cluttered, or if like I see something like, because I've worked on it and I know what it's supposed to look like. I know what it all means. But if somebody from the outside sees it and is like, what does that all mean? And why is it all around and all, yeah. But so yes, I am. I'm glad and I appreciate that. And let me know if it's not as well. So yes, give me both of the feedbacks if possible. So that was our parallel runways. Another point of extra vigilance: night operations. So it's dark out, so it becomes difficult to identify airport markings as well as other aircraft. So it's recommended use diagrams to ensure your position on the airport. And it's also especially important to avoid unnecessary tasks and maintain visual scan outside of the aircraft. We also have to help our aircraft lighting, some of which is required if it is installed, those being our anti-collision lights, which is the beacon here on top of the tail, or our strobes on the wings here. Our position or navigation lights, nav lights, green on the right wing, red on the left wing, white on the back of the tail. And then our landing light is required if we are flying for hire. If this is a private student, I wouldn't even bring that up, but or I'll just it's get that in mind at the time. I don't know. Landing light if for hire. Recommended lighting is taxi light, and landing light in other situations. Taxi light, very helpful for seeing our signs and our markings on our pavement, so highly recommended. And landing light for visibility. Procedures with our lights, turn the beacon on before you even start up the aircraft so that other people on the potentially dark ramp area know that an aircraft is starting up and they can be aware of it. And do not use your strobes near other aircraft or while holding short with aircraft on final. It is a distraction as well as not good for night visibility, or night vision, sorry. Yeah. Another point of extra vigilance, low visibility. Some of the same things there. Difficulty identifying airport markings in other aircraft. Use diagrams to ensure your position. Especially important to avoid unnecessary tasks and maintain visual scan outside the aircraft. And in this situation, you need to know where you are so that you can make accurate position reports. And if you're in contact with ATC, they may not be able to provide visual separation in this scenario. Immediately advise ATC or other traffic of any difficulty that you have or loss of situational awareness. Because if you don't know where you are on the airport, they're not going to know either. And they need to be aware that you might not be where you're supposed to be. Know your own limitations in this sort of a scenario, whether it's certificate or personal. If those limits are exceeded, do not go flying. Questions? da, 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 da. Where are any of us really? Hurtling through space at some number miles per hour, existing, the flow, transient, shifting like water. When our light usage is required? Well, I'm not sure. I'm glad you asked. Hang on, let me remember. Hello, how's it going? Lights are required. Sunset nav lights. Sunset to sunrise. And highly recommended at all other times. It's funny that you bring that up because I don't know if this is now that I'm training to be a CFI, am I allowed to bring these things up? So the landing light for hire, it says that you're required to have it. It never technically, I was talking about this, I think, with Friendstructor when we were first starting to work together. And it was one of those things where, like, per the regulations, it only says you're supposed to have it and it needs to be working. It never actually says you need to use it. And even if you did, is landing light in with the is landing light in with the other lights in terms of its sunset to sunrise, or is it just in nighttime? So yeah, I don't know. Sunset, it's sorry, that should be on the slide. Okay. I shall add it. Thank you. That's a good idea. I'm sorry. Thank you. I really do appreciate that. Which sunset sunrise? Civil or nautical? There's a civil and nautical sunset sunrise. I know there's civil and nautical twilight. I would probably say civil sunset sunrise because we do civil twilight. But yes, that. Another good talking point is progressive taxi is an option if. Oh. Yeah. Okay, I like that. I like that. Um, question for that though. So if ATC can't provide visual separation for low visibility operations, oh, progressive taxi if lost. So because if they can't provide or visual separation, are they able to provide progressive taxi? Like as long as you. So I guess I'm trying to figure out how that would work. So sorry, I'm gonna find a Okay, so we're gonna use this one here quick for a second. So say we're starting. Where's the FBO? FBO here. We'll say the FBO's over here, and say we're trying to get to. Let's say 8 right. Okay. So if they have us, if we get progressive taxi, and they say go on Alpha. I don't know. Hang on. What would be one that would make us? Let's say we're gonna go to 26 left. So they'll say go on Alpha, hold short of runway 213, and then we would go here, and then they would say go on Alpha and hold short Papa, and then hold short Papa, and then turn right and go on to 26 right. And then once we, so is that like once, if it's in low visibility or low visibility situations, they're just, once we make sure we see the signs, then we can continue further. Do you know what I mean? Or am I not making any sense at all? I've never had to do progressive taxi, so I'm not sure like what is okay. Sorry, here's my question. Is progressive taxi a visual thing from the tower, or is it based on what you are seeing as the pilot? Does that make sense? Pretty sure it's civil. That's what I would think too. But I didn't realize that there was a civil and nautical sunset or sunrise. Landing lights can be distracting in fog and actually hinder visibility at times, like driving with your high beams. Low visibility. Excellent. Okay. Thanks for helping you with knowing how to get on the runway if foggy landing. You shouldn't be learning anything for one. Disclaimer below. But also, you must know your own limitations, whether that be your certificate or personal. So if your limitations, personal limitations or certificate limitations are exceeded, nothing I say here means anything. Nothing I say here means anything anyway. But hello, how's it going? Right, it is twilight. Your home airport is daylight daylight operations only. Your last flight had to depart before evening civil twilight. You think you just answered your own question. Well, okay, so with that, sorry, I'm going to go back up to what you actually asked. Okay, so we have sunset and sunrise, and then I almost want to like draw it out, but we have sunset and sunrise, and then we have the civil twilight, which is a half an hour after sunset, and then a half an hour before sunrise, and then we have actual nighttime, and nighttime, which is an hour after sunset to an hour before sunrise. So there's levels, and lights go on sunset to sunrise. You can log nighttime, civil twilight to civil twilight. You can log night landings, an hour after sunset to an hour before sunrise. Yeah, that. I think that's. And your last flight had to depart before. Yes, before evening civil twilight, because then that would be night time, from the twilight to the twilight. So yes. There. I'm glad you answered your own question. Think more than one aircraft. Oh, more than one aircraft moving on the field. Ground will issue clearance limits to ensure separation. Okay, okay, okay. I like that. I like that. And that is, it's those little things where I'm like, I'm just thinking of the one aircraft, the one pilot, and that, like, just thinking of it having more than one aircraft makes so much friggin' sense. Excellent, thank you. Usually visual from the tower or using ASDX if they have it. Okay, interesting. I don't know what that is. Okay. Progressive taxis when ATC gives you step-by-step instructions as you're taxiing. Good to teach your students what that is, and that it is always an option. Yes, if they feel lost or are unclear where to go. Yes, we did have that earlier. I just hadn't thought about it when we were talking about progressive taxi for low visibility situations. If ATC can't see you, can they give you progressive taxi? Was kind of the question, but yeah, I'm kind of getting to the bottom of that. So yes, that's the thing, is like I have that little note in there about the progressive taxi, but we didn't really go more into it than that. Where is it? Yeah, there. So step-by-step instructions along the taxi route. That's all I got in there for the moment. How do we find a gate taxi in if low visibility? Um, uh, Gates, I am not sure about. I assume it's the same kind of a situation. Um, ForeFlight is handy. But yes, diagrams. I assume when you're an aircraft with a gate, you probably have people with things that can help you on the ground. So yeah, I don't know. Not entirely sure with that point. At your home airport right now, civil twilight is 4:31 p.m., but nautical twilight is 5:07 p.m. Right. What is the difference? Because I've seen that when I had to do when I was logging, when I did my ferry flight, and I ended up coming in after 1 hour, at least 1 hour after sunset, and I had to figure out how much time that I had gotten, how much nighttime I had gotten. I had to go on to the little the googs, and I saw all of the different, like, yeah, the sunset, sunrise, civil twilight, the nautical twilight. I had no idea what the nautical is, but I would be curious why. Brief brief diagram, and can talk to Unicom as well. Are you talking about gate? Right. Yeah. So I do because because the one thing I'm thinking about is like finding the gate and everything is once it's that non-movement area, right? Then I don't know how yeah, I don't know. I don't know how many, what's the word? How many indicators that it has in those areas. So, yeah. Yeah. Brief the diagram and talk to people. Boom. Read your chart supplement. Plan ahead. Sort of a thing. Yeah. we're also figuring out, oh God, we don't want to go there. Sorry. I'm gonna quick start getting the sim ready. We also need to figure out where we're going, as well as put our Checkride plan together. Oh gosh darn it, hang on, I have to fix my track IR. Shoot, I can't see. Did I cover the ILS hold short sign stripe and how to tell if the ILS is in use? We hang on. Again, I don't know. I don't want to get too far into things. I can definitely bring that up. Oh God, it looks terrible. Holy, what is wrong? It's so gross. We're um um well, let's go coastal-ish, I guess. Sorry. I will go back to my PowerPoint and I will show you what I have when it comes to that sort of a thing. Because I talked to number one instructor recently. He was supposed to sign me off. However, I realized he's actually starting training for a new type coming up. And I asked him about it and he's like, yeah, I'm pretty swamped, so probably you're gonna have to get somebody else. And I was like, words I can't say because I'm a lady, but that's how the things work. So where was I going with that? Oh yes, that's where I was going. I talked to him about it and I asked him the question for what was I doing? ILS. For the when he did his training and studying and stuff like that, did he focus kind of on the Checkride, or did he kind of focus on both of how he's actually going to be teaching students as well as focusing on the Checkride? He's like, he definitely just focused on the Checkride and then did the whole actual teaching of students thing after that. So that's kind of where I'm going. I'm getting as much in to these as possible for my own understanding and knowledge, but I also don't want to get too far into anything where it's going to trip me up. And or yeah, I just don't want to give the DPE any, as little as possible, anything to try and dig into. So yeah. Oh, sorry. So the ILS. So we brought it up in our mandatory signs thing, and I basically just said, um, yeah, it's just one of those where once you see that sign, you need to make sure to stop and then continue only when yeah, you're allowed to. Civil twilight, yes, starts at sunset, ends when the center of the sun is 6 degrees below the horizon. Apparently nautical, is when the center of the sun is 12 degrees below the horizon. But why? Curious. Ram control, right? Ram control will coordinate gate, which is not part of this discussion, right? But yeah, also curious. Looks like a good time. Oh my god, no! Why? So yeah, so we need to find some towered, hopefully, airport over here that is decent, or we need to go elsewhere. Why? I don't see no doubt. Oh, I do, but I don't like this. Oh, I don't like it at all. Oh, because that's not gonna. Hang on. That's the other. On one hand, I want to like go over here where I know there's potentially going to be a lot more, or maybe not. Uh, I don't know. What do we think? Oh. You know what? I think I'm liking this one. We'll see what happens. We might have to turn it on to clear weather, but oh god. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Kinston stalling. That sounds perfect. We're going to be working on some stalls. Some stalls today. Sorry. Kiso. Oopsie. That is definitely an invalid airport. I would agree. Okay, that's what we're doing. Sorry. It's called January in the Midwest. 1.5 miles and fog. Ugh. Looks like a good time to go make a coffee and stare out the window at the. Can I say that word? I don't know if I can because I'm a lady. At the weather. I like that. I like that idea. Also want to mention CFI orals are taught to a private level with instructional knowledge. Make sure your lesson plans follow the PTS because it is very easy to get into a rabbit hole. Fair. Teach the PTS, but have more in-depth knowledge for when the DP wants to dig deeper. Okay, and so that was one of my things too. Okay. I didn't. So for the flight portion, I have heard that it's going to be anything that has a commercial standard, it will be to commercial standard. Anything else will be private standard. So the CFI oral is taught to a private level. Really? Cause that okay, that has been one of my things. Oh God, I'm clicking things. That has been one of my things where I'm trying to make sure that I am not having too much in it. Okay, well first, I don't know if I finished telling this. I started the training trying to make my lesson plans. I was focusing not only on the Checkride, but also on how I was going to teach or how I thought I was going to teach. So I was trying to make sure that I had enough for all of that. And I was doing it in such a way that I would be able to do it for private. So not saying too much, not overwhelming them with information, but also, again, having enough, being able to expand upon that for commercial. And then, like you said, as like be able to get into more for the DPE. And then with the PTS, there's so this one is really in depth. It's got all of this stuff in here. But like for let's say the where is it? Principles of flight. Airfoil design characteristics, stability and controllability, turning tendency, torque effect. It says nothing about the other four turning tendencies. Load factors in airplane design, wingtip vortices, and precautions to be taken. There's so much more to principles of flight than that. You know what I mean? So, yes. So I do. I absolutely understand that. Following the PTS. But also, I don't know. That's one of the things that for instructor told me that I have all the lesson plans down for these, but if oh, okay, now that you say that, I might have to talk to him about that. Gosh darn it. Oh my God. So yes, I have all the lesson plans for it, but at the same time, he also said, have the PTS in front of you and follow the PTS, like you said. So I will have to talk to him about that and what he actually fully meant by that. Because yes, definitely don't want to give any reason to dig my own grave for that. So I don't know. We'll see. Hello. Thank you for the follow, Recluse Downs. I appreciate it. Thank you for being here, as well as giving all of the input and advice and stuff. I appreciate it. Thanks for putting up with me. We are getting into the plane. We have to do Dice Turtle of Destiny for a second. I need to get my notepad up. Where is it? So, as we've started to do, let me make sure it's coming up there correctly. Ugh. Sorry. There was a ding. Okay. I don't see the notepad. Where's the notepad? Hola, buenas noches. Oh, sorry, buenas. Buenas noches. Good to see you. Happy to have you here. We're just getting to the Dice Turtle of Destiny, and I don't know why. Oh, that's why I didn't put the thing on there. Okay, that should be good. Sorry. All right. Shoot, I didn't do the. Gosh darn it. I meant to do that, then I forgot to do that. Oh, sorry. Oh, and like so. You. And then I need to take this. And it is currently so pre-flight preparation, lesson on maneuver, pre-flight procedures, airport operations. I can't see chat right now, so I apologize. Takeoffs and landings we are on. So, oh, I can turn this there. Okay. So we are on takeoffs and landings. This is for our takeoffs. We need to do 2 of them, 1 to 3, as well as 4 to 6. 6. So a soft field takeoff is our first one. Second, 3, we already did that. 5, so that's a short field takeoff. Oops. Landings, 1 through 6. Don't give me power off 180 for the love of God. 2, slip to a landing. All right, we'll do that. Don't give me 6. Don't give me 6. Don't give me 6. 2 again. Don't give me 6. Don't give me 6. 3. And a go around a rejected landing. Interesting. Interesting. Now that I'm doing these, I'm like, are those actually the options, or do I actually have to do actual landings? I don't know. We're going to practice them anyway. That's how the dice have rolled tonight, or popped tonight. That is what we're doing. 1 through 4 for our fundamentals of flight. 4, straight descents and descending turns. Excellent. Amazing. Straight descents and descending turns. Performance maneuvers. Steep turns, steep spirals. Oh, hello. Okay, hey, sorry. I have to actually look at the things. I heard a thing. You got a flake. Sounds good. Got work in the morning. Have a great night. Good to see you. Sleep well. Have a good time at work. Hope work goes well. Have a great rest of your week and weekend and all the good things. And Sparky Pilot, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? What were you doing? Welcome. Good to see you. Sorry, we are currently picking what we're doing for mock Checkride. So that's what we're doing. So I can't see chat for a little bit while we're doing the little pop turtle of destiny, but let me know. Would love to hear what you were doing. So we're gonna do. I had a lesson recently, so we're gonna do steep spirals. Or sorry. Shoot. We're gonna do steep turns. We're gonna do steep turns just because that's been one of my nemesis, and we're gonna do chandelles. So for these, it's either steep turns or steep spirals, and then chandelles or lazy eights. We worked on lazy eights last time. Worked on chandelles this past for my last lesson. So we'll do chandelles now. So we have to do eights on pylons, and then we can do 1 through 3. 1, rectangular course. Slow flight stalls and spins. Power on or power off. So 1 or 2. 1 power on stall. And then demonstration stall. We're going to do cross controlled because that's what I worked on last lesson. Oops, control lead. Basic instrument maneuvers 1 through 5. Boop. 5. No recovery from unusual flight attitudes. Fine, fine, fine. Emergency approach and landing, systems and equipment malfunctions, post-flight procedures. All right, there is our list. Soft field, short field takeoffs, slip to a landing as well as a go around or rejected. Fundamentals of flight, straight descents and descending turns. Performance maneuvers, steep turns and chandelles. Ground reference maneuvers, 8s on pylons and a rectangular course. Slow flight stalls and spins, power on as well as cross-controlled stall. Basic instrument maneuvers, recovery from unusual flight attitudes. Emergency operations, emergency approach and landing simulated, and a systems and equipment malfunction. So, we'll see how that goes. So, Sparky Raid, yes, hello, how's it going? Oh God, I've lost the turtle. That's okay, he has done his duty. Thank you for the follow, Firebird 911. I appreciate it. We are getting in the plane. We just had to get do some business. Where are we going again? Kiso. Oh God, I did click. I didn't click it, did I? Oh no. I clicked everything but the actual Microsoft Flight Simulator. I'm sorry. What is a chandelle? Well, I'm glad you asked. We're going to talk about it. Well, I can kind of go over it. So it is a maximum performance 180-degree turn. So what we usually use as an example is getting ourselves into a box canyon, and we want to have as little further forward movement as possible while turning and gaining altitude. So we'll go over it in the plane. And yeah, if that makes sense. Otherwise, yes. I can try to further clarify. It's a bit easier in the plane. There and there and there. Hey there, good to see you. Learning, no learning. Disclaimer below. This is not instruction. I am not teaching anything. You are not learning anything. I am merely practicing my flows and getting feedback, which I really, really do appreciate. Because I do. I like getting that varied experience from you guys. And it does. It helps to understand how I actually sound instead of just me speaking it to myself. So, yes, I do. I appreciate you guys letting me do this and participating with it. So, yes, hello, Sparky crew. So, like a hairpin with an ascent. Sure, that sounds right. Maybe, yes. Huh? Oh no, what did I say or do? Oh gosh, what just happened? Textbook, I don't know. I hope so, question mark. Or not, I don't know. Kiso. And I will put that in as well if anyone wants to come along. We will find ourselves, whoop, our parking, whoop, ooh, 0 degrees to 0 knots, calm winds. First thing you hear, how I mouth, oh God, what did I say? I can imagine myself saying that, but I can't remember what I said. Oh God, I'm sorry. Hi, how's it going? Welcome. Getting right into it. Oh God. I will check the things, make sure the things are working. Oh gosh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Sounds good. It sounds good. I can hear things. All right. Yeah, so I was late as per usual, and then of course Runway and Runway Incursion Avoidance took for friggin' ever, and now we're getting into the plane, which is gonna take also for friggin'. No, I'm just kidding. It's gonna be okay. Uh, one one can get what could best be explained as heresy here. Sure, one could potentially learn something. No, but it's still just an anecdote. Yes, until one's trainer has gone over the information. Yes, well, either in ground school or in the air. Yes. Do not learn things from Twitch. Or again, if you do, make sure to verify it. Oh God, we started at the fuel area. Get it verified by more competent sources. Since we're here, I guess. I need this thing. Hi. Ugh. Gosh darn it, sorry. Charming, I am sure. That is good. Excellent. Amazing. Classic, quite classic. Oh, yes. So much for me not being able to say certain things. Lady, of course not. Oh, no, I don't say the things. Unless I get very frustrated. And then it's necessary. Woot, time to fly. It is. Well, first it's time to pre-flight. Ha ha ha. But then yes, we will. We'll try to get to it because yes, we need to do the things and get things done adequately and sufficiently and successfully, but still get them done. Pretty, but also am concerned about clouds. Oh, we'll see. AGI classes have been great. Yay! A lot of info and also so interesting to learn how to teach and stuff. Oh, that's so cool. So, okay. I have all the questions. So, is it like structured, like timeline wise, and like where are you at in the timeline, and what? Yeah, yeah, all the things. Like what are you all working on, and how does it work? As you've understood, explanation of Shandell, it's basically whipping 180 and climbing basically a power slide in the sky while gaining altitude. The only issue I would have with that is the imagery of whipping it makes it sound like a slipping or skidding turn, but we are going to be coordinated the entire time. So yes, so it is. I'll use my hand. I'll try. So, yeah, so plane is going like so. We power up and bank, so we start turning while we're pitching, and that's going to bring us around, and we're going to start at that 90-degree point. We're going to be at a, okay, so first 90 degrees of the turn, we're going to have a constant 30 degrees of bank and increasing pitch. Once we hit that 30-degree point, we're going to hold that pitch angle while decreasing our bank to that 180-degree point. So yes, so it's a controlled turn, but it's with as little forward movement as possible while gaining as much altitude as possible. So yes, and no. I guess I'm just having a little bit of semantic hesitation. Talking about how I mouth things, words, not ladylike things. Do we prefer a rotating plotter or a fixed one? I had a fixed one asking for a friend. So when I started, I had a protractor, like just one of those protractors, and a ruler. And then I got the rotating one, and that one, I mean, they both have their benefits. So, but the rotating one, you also have the nice nautical and statute mile measurements and stuff like that. So, might be nice to just have, if that's what you mean. I got mine on Sporties, I think. Yeah, I think so. Timeline is week 3. Week 3 of 8 is complete. Okay, that's good. Info is presented by each of the people in the course, and everyone gets a chance to present like the same info twice. You think, Okay, excellent. That sounds awesome. So you get that experience then. Then the instructor gives feedback and you all give feedback too. Nice. Oh, okay. So I'm trying to think of which. Is it like instructor student assessment, and then I can't remember. I remember that point of the FOI, but it was like, yeah, the different types of assessment and or critique. And one of them was like the classroom one. So nice, interesting. In like 3 weeks, the student pilots will come in and they will be the recipient of the teaching. Oh, that sounds awesome. Okay. That'll be so much fun. And are you, do you make your own lesson plans and stuff too for that? Heavy rudder use in that maneuver. I'm not sure about heavy. We'll see. We'll see. I haven't thought about it. But it is. It's not it is. It's a very controlled maneuver. So maybe. I haven't thought about it. But we'll see. All of you in the class give an assessment, then the instructor does. Pretty great. That sounds perfect. Oh, that's super cool. Very nice. Well, I'm glad that it's going well, and it sounds like an excellent setup. Been working along with it too. Been able to talk about some of the sport pilot stuff. Yes, specifically since not many of them are familiar with the particulars of it. That's an excellent point, because with the CFI stuff, we haven't gone too much into the sport pilot thing. So that's nice to have that background and that knowledge. So awesome. Okay. Yay. Well, looking forward to hearing more about it. If you have more stories, ears are open. So excellent. We will get to our pre-flight. Taking a picture. Well, we check our hobs and our tack. We'll get rid of these things. Making sure we're not rolling away. Making sure we don't get wasps in our pitot tube. And then we control the space and go back in. All right, so check our hobs. And then battery goes on. Pitot heat, nav, don't have strobes, beacon, taxi, landing light, flaps go down. Need to remember which frickin' button my flaps are on. Green, boot, and up. Oh, I do see it. Yep, okay. Good. And good. I don't like the look of it. Fuel we just filled up, so that should be good. Excellent, excellent. Grasp the pitot tube. Feel that heat. Turn it off. Basically, part 61, subpart J. Right, yes. And then there was like a thing. Our instructor gave me this like excellent way of looking at the FARs, where all of the, where is it? Oops. Like, now I can't remember what they are. I have to. See, the one thing that's frustrating about this is going through each section, and you work so hard on the one section, you get it all down. Then you move on to the next section, and then the next section, and then the next section, and the next section, and then by the time you get back to the other section, you can't remember anything of the first section. However, like the different sections within the FAR, like the end of the number is the same for each of the larger sections, if that makes sense. So, sorry, you said 61. Subpart J. Where is the table of contents? That would help. Oh, actually. Contents. Yes. Sport pilot. I found it. Yes. Perfect. Yeah. you're quite a detailed person, liking to know just how all the dynamics and mechanicals work together to do the thing. No, and that's absolutely excellent. It's just it's one of those things where once you start just doing it, you kind of lose the details into the whole function of the maneuver, if that makes sense. So like you just end up doing it. So that has actually been a relearning process for this. Is now that I know that, now that I can just do the maneuver as it is, not have to think about it, I have to get back to understanding the intricacies of the maneuver. So yes, absolutely understand that, and that's a good thing to have. May hit me up for questions. Sounds good. I will. I would love to have the questions, because I want to go do the AGI at some point as well. So yes, I am so down. Yes, for Shandell, you will use plenty of rudder as you're approaching the 180-degree mark. Right. You're at a high angle of attack and slow airspeed, which intensifies the left turning tendencies of the aircraft. Yes, absolutely. I think my hesitation was like throughout the maneuver. You're not like, I don't know, you're not stomping on it to get yourself around or anything. Like that's not what it is. So I didn't want to make that seem like how it is. If that makes sense. Sorry. Don't recommend grabbing the pitot tube with the heat on. Okay. Saying that, so with that in mind, the airplane that I started out in, it does not heat up that quickly, right? So I'm about to do a gesture that's going to look weird potentially, or not. Maybe I've just made it worse. So like you can just like touch it and you should be able to like feel it, but when you turn it on, you don't have that much time between when you turn it on and when it's heating up. So I'll sit there and like I'll have to like wrap my whole hand around it so that I can the pitot tube, so that I can feel it to make sure it's on, so I don't have to sit there and wait for too long. And I assume that's how all pitot tubes work. And then when I went to go do my complex training in a Comanche and I did that, yeah, that. So commiseration, burned several layers of skin off. I hope it healed back well. I didn't have my hand on for too long, the pitot tube. So, but yes, I definitely learned that day. So I will keep that in mind. I've been saying that because it's funny, but now that's not a good way to teach it. In a way, kind of like using gyroscopic precession to your advantage, how your brain is putting ideas together. I'm not entirely sure about that one, so I don't want to say yes or no to that. But we will. We'll get it. It might be easier to see in the plane if I do it correctly, which is we'll see. But yes, we'll see. We'll see about that. Resist the urge to clip it. I know. Oh my god. I've had certain clips like that, so but it's probably too late now. So yeah, you were talking about not establishing the habit. Right. Grab the pitot tube on a turbo. Rob, you were flying and it was so hot your hand instinctively grabbed harder. Oh no. Oh god. Okay. Oi. Yes, we'll probably just don't mind me. I'm just gonna write something down. Where did I put my pencil? No more grasping the pitot. We all know what we're talking about here, right? Ugh. Boom. Okay. So we did things. We did the inside things, and now we're going to do the things that might kill us. So we're going to check the fuel, strain a little bit of fuel, check the coloring, the smell, look for water bubbles as well as sediment. Do that for each wing. Make sure the quantity is correct. Strain a little bit of fuel from here as well as here. Check the oil quantity. I could have sworn I shut that off, but yeah, we're gonna move on from that. Always make sure your battery is off before the full what's it called? Walk around pre-flight thing. The plane that I fly in real life is don't fill over 5 quarts, so we're good there. And then yeah, so we checked oil, checked the fuel. Now we do the rest of the things. Static port, make sure that that is clear. Vents, hello. Thank you for the follow, Urist Games. Appreciate it. Apologies for myself. We will be getting in the plane pretty quick here. Thank you for putting up with me. Hope you're well. And it was years ago and no lasting nerve damage. Excellent. But, I mean, it was a learning opportunity. Those brain scars stick. Yes. So, did the thing. Sorry. Static, vents, pitot. Make sure that's clear. So, I need gentle movements, smooth movements. Pitot tube, drain hole, fuel vent, stall horn. Leading edge of the wing. Lift up a little bit on the wing to make sure that it's attached to the fuselage. Check the connections there, screws there. Wiggle the rod a little bit. Somebody said something better than wiggle the rod a bit, and I can't remember what it is. For now, we'll keep that unless y'all suggest something better. Check the connections on the flap and wiggle that rod a little bit. Take a look at the tire, make sure there's no brake leakage, brake fluid leakage. Antennas, fuel caps, baggage door if we got one, elevator, check those connections, rudder, can wiggle that back and forth like a little bit, not that much at all. I'm just not, the rudders are sensitive. Lift up on the rudder a little bit to make sure that's attached that way. Elevator on the other side, trim tab connection, and then all of the same things on the opposite side. Chicken, that is your job to finish that half of the walk around. And then we come to our front. So check the edges of the propeller for any significant nicks or cracks. Plane that I fly doesn't have an alternator belt, so we're not going to mention it. Exhaust ports, make sure those are solid and attached. Air intake, make sure that's clear. Make sure there's about 4 fingers clearance for the nose wheel. Check that tire as well. Give ourselves a look-see from this angle. And then we check our checklist. Plane is so cute. Thank you, Tiki made for me. I love it. And it's also one of my favorite parts is that it's also on the pants. Yes. Oh, and also, hello. Horns are awesome. What? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, God. Oh, yeah. Did it. Stall horn. Is that what I said? Yes. Yes, horns are awesome. Corn horn. Flavor the giblets. Yes. Yes. Isn't Ducky amazing? Ducky's going to have a performance for us later in the flight. Since we're talking about this adorable plane, not just the paint job, but also just it as a whole. Boom! If you don't have it, get it, because it is amazing and excellent. Thank you, Wambi. If he's still here. But yes, it has the duck, it has the iPad, it has all the good things. So, checking our circuit breakers, because they do pop. So, fuel is on, trim for takeoff, circuit breakers, but a little up. Beacon goes on. As we talked about, So I had in my Runway Incursion avoidance lesson plan thing. I had something about daytime that I think I meant to be a distinction between what you do operations during the daytime and during the nighttime. But I didn't want to get into that, so I think I took it out. Why am I at the Jet A? Oh no. Hang on. They wouldn't do that, would they? Okay. Hope we didn't fill up with Jet A. um, we're fine. Um, daytime. Yeah, I didn't it seemed like it would just be something like one of those dig a hole potentially. Don't want to say too much or get into things I don't need to, so I took it off for now, but we'll see. I did see your name. That's why I said. I did. Yes, yes. Best Cessna freeware. Absolutely, absolutely. That 100%. Okay, so we did the thing. Sorry. Beacon is on. Mixture's full. Throttle is slight. Brakes are set. Clear left. Clear right. Clear ahead. Kind of. Oh, wait. All right. Wait. Hang on. Shift P. There we go. We'll do the pushback first. Oh, God. We're going really fast. Hang on. Okay. It's not that fast. It seemed fast. There. Okay. Now we're good. We can't reverse while we're started. So there. Yeah. That. Clear left, clear right, clear ahead, clear back. Ugh. Clear prop. Prime it. Boop, boop. Oops, sorry, I forgot to hold it. The key. Bring that throttle back. Zoom in a little bit. Oops. Bring that on. So we'd program our frequencies, program our GPS, get ourselves some weather. We're going to bring our throttle back a little bit to above 1,000 RPM, around about 1,000 RPM. Kilo, oh, I forgot to do that. Sorry. If anyone is interested, we are in this area, or this, yeah, that. I shall do the pinnings. There. Ooh. That is where we're taking off from. That is aroundish where we're going to be staying. So, Kilo, India, Sierra, Oscar. The 24th at 0545 Zulu. Is that the correct time? Hello, how is it going? The Moose Heart. Good to see you. Hope you're well. 0545 Zulu. That is the most recent. So, automated, 0 degrees at 0 knots, so we're going to take off wherever we want. I'm just kidding. We'll figure it out. 10 statute miles. Oh, God. Hang on. I need my... 10... Oh, oops. Sorry. 10... I'm sorry. 10 statute miles visibility. Overcast at 11,000, so that sounds good. 10 degrees Celsius with 8 degrees for our dew point. Oh, no. That's pretty close. Altimeter 3048. Got some pressure. Oh, remarks. Sorry. Remarks AO2 differentiates precipitation. Temperature 9.6 degrees Celsius. 8.3 degrees dew point. Somebody mentioned something more about this temperature thing, and I've already forgotten it. If you're in here and you said that, please remind me. I can't remember. What could happen if I keep the mixture full rich on the ground? We can follow the spark plugs. I'm so glad you pointed that out. I was wondering if you would. So the plane that I fly in real life, we don't lean the mixture on the ground at all. But I do think that this one does require the leaning of the mixture on the ground. So that's a very excellent catch. Mother Nature going easy on us with that 0 wind. I know, right? Apart from that. So I guess we'll find out. Flaps go up. We'll get our nav lights on. Get our taxi light on. Checking. That's what we were checking. Our altimeter. Ooh, updates. There's been random ForeFlight stuff that's been updated and updating. I mean, there was the big one recently, but just random ones. Okay. Have to turn the, what's it called? Where is it? Flight events. Yay, so I can see where we are. We are at Queso. I want to give you a kiss. Sorry. I am a normal human being. Oh god. Oh no, hang on. What's a no? Oh no. So we're just gonna ignore ForeFlight because all runways are technically closed right now. Nobody knows. We're not on VATSIM. It's all good. Don't worry about it. We are proper pilots who do things properly. Oh God, you're gonna throw questions for fun. It sounds good. That will. I'll do my best. Shall you hop in your 407 to give you some turbulence? I know you're being funny, but does it work in the sim? That would be interesting. Oh God, where are we? We are there. So, sorry. You know what we're also gonna do? Sorry. I know, like, we're just winging it. Yeah, it's great. Web full. Since we were talking about runway incursion and such, and looking at our airport diagrams, let us do so. So, we are about here. We're here. Sorry. We're right here. And we're gonna go take off from 5, I think. So we're gonna taxi down Alpha. Honestly, we could probably go from Alpha 4 if we really wanted to. What takeoffs are we doing? Short field. Let's do a short field takeoff from Alpha 4. Does math? I'm sure we'll be fine. It's like just slightly less than halfway, and that's like 6,000. We're fine. Yes, we're gonna do that. Short field takeoff to start us out. That, and taking that off. Boom and boom. DP will probably be asking questions while I'm teaching. Right. So that is, because that's one of the things is when I'm on the lesson and doing the things and in the mindset, it's a lot easier to answer the questions. But if it's asked a certain way or out of my flow of teaching, then sometimes that trips me up. So that is something good to practice, though I appreciate it. So we're going to try and take off from Alpha 4. Let me just actually quick take a look at how... Yeah, we're fine. What was I doing? That's what I was doing. Sorry. Altimeter. 93 feet. Looks excellent. Okay. So, we call up. Where are we? Kinston Tower. Cessna Hotel, Tree 1, Delta 1. At the GA ramp with Whiskey. Ready for taxi. North VFR departure. Then they'll come back and they'll say, runway 05 via Alpha 4, hold short runway 05. Then we say, Alpha 4, hold short runway 05, Cessna Hotel Tree 1, Delta 1. All right, so we did the thing, and now we do the other thing. So, we're doing our short field takeoff in a little bit, kind of. So the one thing that I didn't think about, our run-up. I think we're just going to do it holding short of the runway, because as long as we're holding short, we make sure nobody's behind us. We shouldn't be blasting anybody. All right, so we are taxiing, and then we check, we visually confirm that we are clear, and then we also make sure that we this does not appear to exist on 4Flight, so we'll see what happens, I guess. Once again, visually clearing, clear left, clear right, or clear right, clear left. Oops, I want that there. All right, so we're maintaining that center line. We're clearing. We got our blue taxiway lights. We're watching for that Alpha 4. It should be our next right turn. I really have to get over the right seat stuff. I believe we're coming up on it, Alpha 4. Perfect. Oh, would you look at, oops, that. Runway 523. Making sure we're not crossing that hold short line. All right. Get a little bit closer. All right. So, nobody behind, so let us do our stuff. So, fuel is on, trim for takeoff, flight controls. Push it in. Thumb is up, and that aileron is up. Bring it back. Elevator should be up. Other side, thumb pointing over there to our up aileron over there, and back in to complete our square. Instruments, good. Gonna move this. And then we power up 1700. Carby goes out, watch that drop back. Mag left, watch that drop back. Right mag, watch that drop back. Amps, vacuum, oil pressure, temperature in the green. Idle, check. Ogans Dogans. During run-up, you check your left mag and there is no RPM drop. What could cause that? Okay, so, broken P-lead. So it's not grounding that mag. If I'm using that correctly. It is. It's like I know I know the terms and stuff, and I know kind of what it's doing, but I'm not sure if I'm explaining it correctly. So yes, it's basically, it's not grounding that one. So if you were to try and shut the aircraft off, it would not. Remind you what DP is. Designated Pilot Examiner. So the person who conducts the check ride. Yes. So scary. I'm just kidding. No, I have had one examiner, and he's known as. Oh, should I say one naughty word, one unladylike word? He's known as a hard ass, but the thing is he was a really good DPE. He can't do my initial, but he makes sure that you are where you need to be. He's very firm, but he's also very fair. So yeah, and you want that, to be honest. So he wasn't somebody who like tried to trick you or anything. He was holding you to the standards, as well as just general safety standards. So yeah, and I've heard that either of the two that I might be getting are pretty good as well, fair but decent. So, or fair and decent. So yeah. Heard horror stories otherwise, but hoping none of those. So we are about to do our short field takeoff. So we'll talk about that first, then we'll do our pretend call, and then we will depart. So short field takeoff is for situations when we have a short runway and or obstacles in the path of climb. So that's kind of it. We'll demonstrate on the taxiway. Or sorry, not on the taxiway. We'll demonstrate on the runway. So we call up. We'll taxi a little bit more. So we switch from ground to tower, and we call them up. What is it? Kinston Tower, Cessna Hotel 31 Delta 1, holding short runway 05 at Alpha 4, ready for departure, VFR to the north. And then they would come back, say cleared for takeoff, Cessna Hotel 31 Delta 1, cleared for takeoff, runway 05. And then we would say cleared for takeoff 05, Cessna Hotel 31 Delta 1. Then we verify, we look, nobody coming. We look, nobody coming. All right. Thank you, ForeFlight. So we're maintaining that center line, and we're making sure we're turning the correct direction, since we're doing a sort of mid-ish field takeoff. Make sure we're turning the correct direction. So we looked at our airport diagram. We knew which direction we were supposed to turn. So it should be this one. We can also look at our DG. That looks good. We are facing in a direction of 05 or 50 degrees. So we're looking good. Short field takeoff. Pre-whatever. I should have done that. Sorry, I did mess that up. Should have done this before I got onto the runway. Mixture full rich. Carb heat is in. Landing lights on. Trim for takeoff. Fuel. Green. Good. So, short field takeoff. We're ready to go. We're holding our brakes. Throttling up once we're in the green there. Then we just do a normal. Look at Ducky, isn't he cute? He's ready to go. We are just doing basically a normal takeoff. Airspeed is alive. Maintaining center line with our rudders. And then we, at 65 miles per hour, bringing that up. 75 is our VX. So we hold that attitude. Until we clear our obstacle, and then we can pitch for VY. Or we can pitch down below the horizon, so that we can maintain a scan for traffic in front of us. And then tower would kind of tell us what to do if they wanted. Otherwise, we're going to wait until about 300 feet below pattern and then make our turn out to the north. Checking again, green, green. Mixture, carb, heat, trim, fuel. 300 feet below, so we'll start turn to the north. Okay. Reminds you of a 74 gear vid. He talked about oral exams where examiners ask stuff to mess with you, like how many engines does the plane have? Oh my god. Like, oh, I can't. I can understand that, but at the same time, we might have to go unclear. Like, it's funny, but at the same time, I'm a nervous practical test taker, so I would be mortified. I would be that person to be like, I don't know. Why are you asking me this? I didn't prep for this. But yeah, though. Short delay approved. Oh, thank you. Did you hear miles per hour? Yes. So the plane that I fly in real life is miles per hour. This is in knots. I'm just practicing what I fly in real life, so I get that down. So apologies for that, but it is what it is. So we are outside of the Delta. Yay. So now we can do as we please. Just kidding. We will do what, like, normal human being things. So we're making our climb, unfortunately. Fundamentals of flight is straight descents and descending turns. So we might just climb. Rick, I forgot about our instrument maneuvers. For the love. Don't understand why I do this to myself. Yeah, we're just gonna climb. We're just gonna continue climbing. We'll talk about stuff potentially, maybe, and then yeah. Well, oh god, clicking the wrong buttons. It is what it is. Yes, this is correct. Because yeah, we deal. We roll with the punches. We wing it. We make it up on the fly. All of the airplane jokes. So we're gonna get to 3,000. That should be good. Then we will do our clearing turns, because that is first and foremost important. All right, so we are arresting our descent by bringing our yoke back forward, holding our altitude, with that forward pressure or release of back pressure. Once the aircraft speeds up, then we can bring our throttle out. Run our checklist. I hate the trim button. I do. Alright, so 3,000. I'm not seeing some nice straight lines that I can follow, which is not fun, but we'll make the best of it. All right, so 3,000 feet. We are holding that altitude, and we do our first clearing turn. So we, not more than 30 degrees of bank. Yeah, we did. My instructor and I worked on stuff like not nitpicky, but like really polishy sorts of things, and then not so polishy things, hacking away at it. But yeah, one of the things. Oh God, what was one of the things? Yes, I still have a bit of a time with the. Sorry, we scanned under our right wing. We're gonna scan under our left wing now. I still have a bit of an issue with the visual from the right seat. So when I do a left turn, I end up climbing, because when I do a level turn, it seems like I'm descending. And then the opposite with the right turn, which is awesome. Hello, hello! Thank you for the follow! Okay, I'm sorry if I pronounce. Oh, sorry, hang on. Pronounce it incorrectly. Marlon Galinsky! That's fun to say. And thank you for the Talo. Oh my God, I'm sorry. Follow Top Rider 5678. 5678. Sorry. Appreciate you. Apologies for myself. I hope you're well. Both of you. And I am not liking that out there. It looks like we got some low clouds. Hello, hello. Thank you for the follow, Daily Brasher. I do. I appreciate you all very much. And I appreciate you putting up with me and my shenanigans. And as always, my usual thing, I fly better in an actual plane. Just keep that in mind. So, did our clearing turns. We're supposed to be doing, what are we supposed to be doing? Should we do our unusual attitudes right away? No, we'll do our stalls first. I want to do our stalls first. Power on, stall. So, oh yeah, because then we can, then we climb a little bit. Yeah, let's do that. So, power on, stall. We practice power on stalls. Example is if we are at a high density altitude, high elevation airport, it's hot, our aircraft is overweight, and we go to take off. We might not have enough lift for that weight, and say we have some trees that are coming up that we want to clear. So our instinct, we're full throttle, and our instinct is to just continue bringing that nose up to try and clear those trees. That's not going to help. It's just going to bring us into a stall, full throttle. That is our power on stall. So to demonstrate it, we will bring our power back and hold our altitude with our yoke. Clean configuration on a cardinal heading. Let that speed come down. Maintaining our coordination while we let that speed drop. We're gonna have Ducky with us. He's gonna let us know when we're ready to go. So we're there for our speed, and then we power up while maintaining that nose up. And recover at the first indication of stall. So we're releasing that back pressure, letting our speed come up, and then climbing out at VY. We gained a little bit of altitude, so we could, right now, we'll clean up our aircraft, bring it back to cruise. We'll level off here. We will. We'll actually quick climb up to 3,500, let ourselves come up there, keeping our power in for that climb. Then we'll level off again at that 3,500. Again, holding our altitude with our yoke, letting that speed come up, bringing our power back for cruise. And then we can talk about descents since we're here. So in a descent, we're going to use our power to initiate that descent. So we can bring that power back. And let ourselves nose over. We can do both constant airspeed or constant rate descents. So letting it come down at either 500 feet per minute or 100, that's knots there, but 90 miles per hour in the aircraft that I fly. And then with that, we can also add in a turn. So again, maintaining our constant speed or constant rate while adding in a turn to the left. Watching that speed, watching that heading. Coming up on our altitude, our 3,000 foot for altitude, as well as our heading. So once we get close to that heading, we start bringing our power in, arresting that descent, rolling out on our heading. And leveling out. Yay? Question mark? Parallax error takes some getting used to from the right seat. Well, and that's the thing, is because I've been flying from the right seat for months. Maybe not quite as many days a week as I should have been. But it's so weird. And again, after having flown for 2 years from the left seat and practicing so much like that. Plus it is a new aircraft for me. I started out in the 172, and then the 150 is a little bit feistier. So it is a little bit harder to control. So doing that along with the right seat, I think, has been kind of an interesting combination, but that's absolutely true. Oh God, everyone does what? Oh no, what did I say? Weather looks fresh, right? I'm like slightly concerned, but also send it. And yes, welcome newcomers, happy to have you. As always, disclaimer below, this is not instruction. If you want instruction, find someone competent and reliable. All right, so we did that. We did our descents, turn and descents. So yes, common errors for that is not maintaining that constant airspeed or rate, rolling out too soon, too late, not getting to that altitude, not leveling out at that altitude, and other such things. Hello. Thank you for the follow, Mayhem51. Appreciate you very much. As always, apologies for myself, and thank you for putting up with my shenanigans. Yes. So we did that. Cross-controlled stall. We'll get the cross-controlled stall out of the way. Instructor and I worked on that. That was one of the ones that I almost killed us. An exaggeration, kind of, when he was first demonstrating them to me. So, kind of ish figured it out, I think. I think it's just the matter of getting it really down for the actual performance of it, as well as getting the teaching down for it, and then splooshing them together. So
Sorry if I'm working on getting a CFI. About as competent as one should expect for reaching that goal. See, and that's what is so weird to me, because, like, if I could go and pass the CFI Checkride, like, right now, I wouldn't feel any different. You know what I mean? So it's like, what does it really mean? So, but it is. It's just, until I actually do pass the Checkride, there's not that verification that I am actually competent. So, yeah, I still get somebody actually reliable and competent. Certificatedly reliable and competent. But I absolutely understand that. What if you don't want competent and reliable? What if you want crazy and aviation chickens? Then you have come to the right place. Just don't learn anything. Also, just want to say, not trying to berate me. No. In any way, just trying to help with all your typing. No, I do. I appreciate it a lot. I have learned and then verified outside of Twitch a lot from doing this and having other people with more experience come in and bring their knowledge and wisdom in. So I do take it for what it is, and then yeah, I do. I verify it, and I appreciate it. So, is that for CFI? You never finished yours? Yes, the cross-controlled stall is for CFI. So you never finished yours. Would you like to go back? Or no? Yes, it is. It is. We have our primary or performance stalls. 1 second. Proficiency, that's the word. We have our proficiency stalls, the normal ones, power on, power off. And then we have a variety of demonstration stalls that are, and that is something that I need to keep in mind when I am teaching it. When I'm teaching it, I'm not actually teaching it. I'm just demonstrating it and explaining it. I'm not trying to teach it. It's just a demo. So yeah, that is something to keep in mind. So cross-control stall, what that is let's give us a scenario of we are turning base to final. Maybe we overshot a little bit and we are close to the ground at that point, and we need to make our turn. Subconsciously, we might not want to bring that wing down closer to the ground, and we start using more rudder instead to make that turn. So what happens there is that gets us cross-controlled, uncoordinated, and if we keep bringing that nose up in that situation, that's going to bring us into a stall, a cross-controlled stall. So how we practice for those to make sure that we recognize what's happening, how it's happening, and how to avoid it or get out of it. This is how we set it up. So we bring our power down. We are in a clean configuration. We're holding that altitude with our yoke. We're looking out the side. We're looking at our imaginary runway. And we're thinking, we're going to turn soon. And then about at our 70, we bring the power out. We let the nose drop a little bit. And instead of using our aileron, we use more rudder. And then we pull up. There it is. And so we bring that out gently, gently. Power up. Yoke forward. Releasing that back pressure. Climbing out. That wasn't. I am not smooth on this yoke. Oh, and as you could see, we want to maintain that coordination or get into that coordination even through that recovery. So keeping an eye on that. Oh my god. Yeah. I don't. I do. I will say. I will say. Um, I don't. I don't have great control of this aircraft. So I apologize, but it is what it is. You have thought about it. Hmm. Hmm. Um, so how much have you thought about it? Have you looked into it? Do you have a potential instructor and or school? I'm sorry, I get very enthusiastic and then I get ahead of people. But I would be curious. Also, never said that you're a CFI if that means anything. No, but well, and that's why it could it depends. It can depend on experience level. Like if on one hand I like coming on here not just for more experienced wisdom than my own, but also for people who don't know as much, because then like from the one hand I can get information from CFIs and more experienced people who can help me adjust my own answers, but then and knowledge, but then people who don't know the things, they can ask me the questions and have a perspective that I need to be able to start from for somebody else not having that information, if that makes sense, or I'm just babbling. I know what I mean, but it doesn't always come out right, which is awesome for potential future CFI. So, yeah, sorry. What could happen? That's very bad in a cross-controlled stall. A spin, yes, and then death. You have looked into it, and school and instructor would definitely be where you did your other ratings. So can I ask when or why you decided, just like life stuff, decided to go a different route? And then how do you still fly in general? Enthusiastic? Me never. I know. I am. I can be a bit much, and I am aware of that. But y'all just gotta deal with it. What is your aviation interest? I like that question because it encompasses a wide array. You're going to be linking up with your local EAA chapter and getting a discovery, and then seeing what can be done with lessons, ground school, and flight instruction. Excellent. Yay. So you are actually getting to that point. Yay. So then I will say definitely definitely go with whatever instructor suggests and advises for all the things. Because it part of the thing is you can learn as much as you'd like from a book on your own. We have to turn. Hang on. We're gonna just do ourselves a little turn here. Learning on your own and without that oversight is one thing, but one of the big things with having an instructor is them being able to recognize how you learn, what's going to work best for you, and be able to advise you in that respect, as well as to fill in the gaps that might come from just reading the book cover to cover, reading the manual cover to cover, and being able to help you correlate that correctly. So it is a very personal relationship with your instructor. So make sure you get a good one that you get along with, one that is going to be aware of your needs as a student and can be flexible with that. But yes, that's very exciting, and I'm looking forward to hearing how that goes. It's great in both ways. Yes, I think you were talking about the different experience levels. Yes. And I'll leave other possible interpretations. And getting any younger, yes. Time passes. I feel like there's a reference there, but I can't think of what it is. What is going on here? This is hello, how's it going? So I am a pilot in real life. I am working on my commercial, not airline pilot, if that's a thing, a question. I am working on my, oh my God, certificated flight instructor training at the moment. So I'm working on being a flight instructor. So I am practicing my flows, but not teaching anything. You're not learning anything. Disclaimer is below. So yeah, we're just working on that. You are an airline pilot. Excellent, excellent. So you would potentially do some studying and training in the middles. Can I ask with whom? And if not, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. I have an instructor, number one instructor, my original instructor, he was with one place, and then now he's with another place, and then now my current instructor, friend instructor, is getting his training. He's going through his training. So yeah. So I'm just curious. You mean you're thinking of getting Sporty's ground school just to set a foundational? Definitely would. Even if the ground school you end up actually using doesn't use the curriculum, you still have those foundationals that the instructor can build on. Right, yes. Our current instructor actually said that he doesn't take any students on unless they have gone through the Sporty's video course, I believe is what it is. So I would say that's an excellent place to start. The classic instant interrogation. I know. I'm sorry, but not sorry. I'm so curious. As always, though, never have to say anything you don't want to. But yes, I will still be enthusiastic, and I'm glad you love it. Aviation chicken is right in front of me. Yes. Wait. Yes. On my camera. Wait, on my camera. Yes. Hello, chicken. Hello. He says hello. I was working on a voice and I forgot the voice. I don't know if I could do it right now. I'd be too nervous. Oh, did I miss something? I'm sorry. School you went to is in dire need of multi-engine instructors. Do it. Do it. Could you, if you wanted, can you just go straight to multi-engine instructor? If you wanted. Mainline Legacy Airline. Excellent, excellent, nice, nice. Do you like it? I never thought that I would like the airline things, but I'm starting to think that maybe that is the eventual goal. Turns to student. I am your, what am I? Oh yeah, the certificated flight instructor. I got confused mentally. Which belongs on a t-shirt too, I guess. I was thinking CFI and could not remember what certificated, like, the word was. Yeah. As far as you're aware, yes. So would that be your potential plan? It is great so far. Excellent. Okay. Was that always the plan? Or, like, did you ever think of doing some, like, I mean, there's a lot of piloting opportunities, but, like, that does end up being kind of like the end goal, is the airline things. But, like, again, I didn't think I was gonna go airline, and then I was like, oh, I guess maybe I will. So yeah, my energy is unmatched. Sorry. Potentially, I can dial it back, but that's no fun. If you do it, you're gonna do all three. Excellent. Okay, sounds good. So when are you starting? Oh God. Class Delta below. We're gonna turn. Sorry. We're totally gonna get back to Checkride as well. Good lord, I'm sorry. I'm having too much fun just chatting with you all. We did cross-controlled stall, so let's do one maneuver next, quickly, and then I'll get back to chat again. Shundels, should we head for the Shundels? Let's do it. So, Shundels. We talked about this a little bit earlier. We'll go over it again. So again, maximum performance 180-degree turn. So we usually use the example of the box canyon. So we want to stop moving forward as much as possible, get ourselves turned back around where that's much more likely safe, because that's where we came from, as well as gain altitude in that same motion. So we are going to, again, first 90 degrees of the maneuver. Once we get to that point, we are going to be, before that point, sorry, we're going to get to our 30 degrees of bank while we're gradually increasing that pitch to about 15 degrees nose up. And then on the second half, as we're getting to our 180-degree point, we then are gradually decreasing our bank while maintaining that pitch attitude. So we'll see how that goes. So from cruise, clean configuration, cardinal heading, we power in, get to our 30 degrees of bank, and then gradually, gently, slowly get to that 15 degrees nose up. 15 degrees nose up, 90-degree point. So now we're gradually decreasing our bank while maintaining that 15 degrees nose up, gradually decreasing that bank, maintaining our coordination, maintaining that nose up pitch, holding ourselves at that nose up pitch, right above that stall, and then bringing it back down gently, not losing any of that altitude that we gained, or losing as little as possible. Nosing down gently, gently, gently. And bringing ourselves back to cruise as that speed increases. That wasn't horrible, however, my nose up pitch did come down a little bit, so my speed did not drop. It did not decrease as much as it should have. So not only throughout the maneuver is the bank angle constant, and then the pitch angle increasing, and then the pitch angle being constant, and the bank angle decreasing. Throughout that, the speed should be gradually slowing, decreasing. If at any point it stops, or hello, one second. If at any point that speed stops decreasing or increases, you're doing something wrong. So like I did, my pitch came down, and that is something to keep in mind. So, hello, sorry, Pyrotech312, thank you for the raid. How is it going? How is your stream? What were you doing? Welcome. Thank you for the follow, Tricky GB. I appreciate it. I'm sorry my voice squeaked there a little bit. Yes, I appreciate you being here. Hope you're well. For those of you just coming in, disclaimer below, this is not instruction. I'm not teaching anything. You're not learning anything. I am a CFI in training. So if you take anything away from this, make sure you verify it with more reliable and competent sources. Okay, sorry. Oh, wait, sorry. We have to do other Shendel to the other direction. One second. I will get back to chat. But since we're here, we're just gonna finish it out. Getting on to our westerly heading. And so since we're heading to the right, or we're going to be doing a chandelle to the right. We will have a little bit more of that right rudder in, so making sure we maintain that coordination throughout the maneuver. So we're in straight and level cruise flight, heading in a cardinal direction. Cruise speed goes up, bringing in our bank, keeping coordinated, gradually, for the love of God, increasing that pitch. So good with my rudders. Increasing that pitch. And then now, at that point, we're a little bit, decrease that pitch just a little bit. Decreasing that bank while maintaining that pitch angle. Maintaining that coordination, bringing that pitch back up. Bringing that, rolling out, maintaining that pitch. Holding it. And then bringing it down, not losing any of that altitude. As our speed increases, we let it increase. And once it gets to a nice cruise speed, we can start bringing that throttle back out to cruise RPM. All right, so I did not have enough right rudder in right away at the start, so wasn't getting to that bank angle quite quickly enough. So then started pitching up a little bit too late, and then kind of ended up bringing it up a little bit too fast. So ended up getting a little bit too much pitch at that point, had to bring it out. And then as I was bringing the bank angle out, I kept kind of losing the pitch a little bit. So hello! So then we bring our RPM back. All right. So the other thing, couple things that I was having a little bit of a time. We're actually going to descend a little bit. Yeah, we're going to descend a little bit just because we're a little bit up here. Where are we? Yeah, we're here. Descending again. Couple things that talked about with for instructor when it came to the chandelles was I had been kind of yanking the nose up too quickly instead of doing a nice, smooth, gradual increase in pitch for the first 90 degrees. I was just trying to get it to the 15 degrees nose up kind of as quickly as possible, which is not what you're supposed to do. So it was one of those things where I've been doing this since commercial, and yet it's just one of those little nuggets that for some reason I started to do. So yeah, having that oversight and that feedback was excellent. And then yeah, really nailing those. Oh no, really nailing those angles, both the bank angle as well as the pitch angle is good. There was something else. Oh, I wasn't bringing my bank out on the second half of the maneuver. So yeah, so that was a couple things I do. I really have to start flying in real life more to really get that practice down, that sight picture down. So yeah. All right. That was our Chandel's questions. Being with Sparky's community has awoken a passion. Means she gave you a bit of homework. Good. What is DA and why do you calculate it? And how is it important? Okay. After like a day, you had it figured out. Same with METAR codes. Yes. So you classify yourself as intermediate at METAR. I love METAR. I love the codes and stuff because it's its own little language. And I've always loved that sort of stuff in like puzzles. So those are a lot of fun. We went over it at the beginning if you were around for it. And yeah, those are. If you get really good at those in a check ride, if you can just kind of like bang those out, they don't spend too much time on. But if you screw up, that's going to be the digging area. You wanted to fly cargo forever. You loved it, but the passenger side is better for retirement pay, etc. Okay. Interesting. So you started in cargo. Okay. And then got to that point. Okay. Sounds good. Would or could you ever go back for funsies? Or like do one-offs or something? I don't know how any of this stuff works. It was good. You were playing MSFS. Excellent. So what were you flying? Where were you flying? All of the things. There's the instant interrogation. Yes. Oh yes. You check your local METAR multiple times a day. Nice. I'm trying to think. Are you also looking at TAF as well? Because those are also fun to see, like, be able to see the change, or to see how things are going to change, as well as how it changes from the forecast to what actually occurs. Plus, you get a bigger chunk of things to look at. Want to give me a little wave with your 407 since you won't be able to stick around for much longer. Sounds good. I know, like this is like much. Yeah, it's later even than usual, and we're still. What have we gotten done so far? We have gotten short field takeoff, our fundamentals of flight, Chandelles. We got to do our steep turns, aids on pylons. Rectangular course, we got our stalls done, recovery from unusual flight attitudes. So we'll do steep turns, recovery from unusual flight attitudes, emergency approach, and stuff. Okay, yep, there. We're getting there. But yes, thank you for the wave. That was awesome. Unexpected and amazing. Can read the main part well enough, still working on figuring out the remark codes. Yes. Well, and that's, sometimes those seem like a little bit, oh, are you talking about like where they're like chunks of numbers? And then maybe like a letter at the beginning? Yeah. I don't have all those figured out yet. I have some of them, like a working understanding of them, but they don't come up often enough to kind of keep it in the recent memory. But that's excellent that you're going for that and getting that down. Turboprops, and then the 767, now in the 737, which is hilariously small. Okay, that's awesome. No, airlines don't like you to do any outside commercial flying. The only exception is instruction. Okay. So you kind of gotta. It seems like it's happening. It's destiny at this point. Jav is a beast that you haven't tackled yet. Kind of intimidated by them. Honestly, a lot. There are differences, but if you have the METAR down, then that, like, I don't know, it's kind of like an intro to it. It's a foundation that you can, like, build off from. So, you miss being a line guy, yes? Why couldn't you be a line guy again? Hello, hi, I'm sorry, I've been working back through chat. How are you? Dasto or Dasto? I'll say Dasto for now. Hello, happy to have you here. Apologies for myself. Lots of free time, you're bored, might as well instruct. That sounds perfect. So it's happening. I'm glad to hear that. When do you start? That sounds awesome. Because yeah, having that perspective as an instructor with that, like, doing the airline stuff while also, having that immediate experience of the airline stuff, I think would definitely help with, like, that future stuff for your students. So you have a unique perspective. That would be helpful. No pressure. Little pressure. Probably you haven't decided. I don't know. It sounds like it's pretty decided. I'm just kidding. I am. Kind of. All right. Okay. So, steep turns. Because, of course, I am perfectly capable of maintaining altitude in this aircraft. So, steep turns we practice to demonstrate the natural overbanking tendency of the aircraft. So, at a certain point, the aircraft just really wants to continue banking, so you're going to need to use opposite aileron pressure or opposite aileron in order to maintain the desired bank angle in that turn. Also demonstrates how, as you're in that turn, the steeper the bank, the more back pressure you're going to need to compensate for that loss of vertical lift to the horizontal lift. So we are going to start to the left. We're maintaining that attitude. Again, see, it seems like this feels so nose low for me, but that is what it's supposed to be. And we are, we are where we're supposed to be. Perfect. Maintaining that attitude on the horizon. So the horizon should be at a point on the cowling and should not move. As we're coming up on our heading, we roll out, make sure to let out that back pressure, and then we can roll right into our one to the right. We want to make sure to get our right rudder in for this one as we are bringing, our bank in. Make sure we're maintaining that altitude. If we need to, bring that power in. Don't allow too much bank. Oh, for the love of God. I mean, as I was demonstrating, if we hyper focus too much on our altitude and our attitude, we might roll right past our heading. So be aware to not hyper focus on your instruments and get your outside visual down so that you can pay attention to your heading a bit more too, and generally don't hyper focus and don't let your altitude sink 200 feet. Yeah. So I really do need to work on that visual and that subconscious need or want to nose the F up in the left. Sorry. Nose up on the left turn, and then not maintaining that coordination and going too nose low to the right. So, yeah. All right. I am the CFI that likes to keep kicking you down the path. Stop standing still, silly. Exactly. You will follow your dreams and accomplish them, whether you like it or not. Kind of, but nicely and sweetly, hopefully. Plus, you wouldn't be leaving for an airline job because you don't need to build time anymore. Exactly. So it would be the perfect opportunity for everyone involved. Because that is, I've heard like not horror stories, but stories of CFIs that are just instructing to build the time and then just like, see ya, as soon as they leave. My number one instructor, my original instructor, we've kept in touch still. He was supposed to do I was gonna have him do my CFI sign off, but he's busy now, unfortunately, but that's the way it goes. But it's been fun to hear about what he's doing, follow his flights and his trajectory and stuff like that. And then now instructor, my current instructor, he's helped me a lot with other things like my ferry flight. Yeah, I've talked about that before. Would not have gone as well as it did ultimately without his help. So it has. It's been really nice having instructors that I can, yeah, contact about questions regarding aviation, like the actual fundamentals and mechanics and stuff of it, as well as like the career trajectory parts of it, that sort of a thing. So yeah. So being that person, it's always good to have more of those. Kilo Delta Tango Whiskey, the 24th at 0653 Zulu, 0 degrees at 0 knots, so wind is calm. Quarter statute miles. Runway, oh, hang on. Runway 03 right, 1,200 feet visibility, fog. Vertical visibility is 200 feet. 1 degrees Celsius for our temperature, 1 degrees for our dew point. Altimeter 3027. At here on day and time, winds out of the north, not going... So, yes. Okay, it's funny, you putting it like that, winds out of the north, not going anywhere. I'm actually not sure about that. Whenever I've thought about it, it's 0 wind across the board. 'Cause I don't actually know if it says 0 degrees. I feel like it would say 360 if it was from the north. I am not sure though. So yes, I would have to look at that actually. But yes, 0 degrees, 0 knots, 0 wind. It is calm. Quarter mile visibility. I haven't figured this part out quite yet. Yes, that's a funky one. It is. As you heard, I stumbled over it. But yes, it's runway 03 right, 1,200 feet of visibility. And then, yep, foggy, vertical visibility 200 feet, degrees Celsius, degree dew point, pressure, yes. Struggling with how to read that part, and it is. It's not one that comes up a lot. So, again, even, like, I know what it is, but it's not one that I have down. It's not very recent. So you will struggle, but eventually you do kind of get to it. 0 degrees at 0 knots just means calm. That's what I thought, but then I was questioning myself. I couldn't remember whether it says if it's a north wind, whether it's 360 or 0. So yeah, I just go like it's 0 across the board, so it's just empty. It's calm. Eh? So it's almost like the default. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's not a way to put it. Sorry. Okay. So we did our steep turns. We went over some stuff. Frick, what was the other thing that we needed to do? Unusual attitudes, for the love of God. Okay. So, I'm gonna close my eyes and we're gonna do some stuff, I guess. So I'm gonna do a turn to that way. Somebody tell me to recover when I'm supposed to recover. Oh wait, I can't see anything. Okay. Oh, recovering. So that's out because we need to. So I just went right into it without any sort of plan at all, I guess. So that was a nose down, spiraling, diving attitude. So what we wanted to do, which I did, was our speed was increasing. So we wanted to bring our throttle out, level those ailerons, and then start bringing that nose up. Reason we want to do it in that, look at Ducky. Oh God, oh no, oh frick, hang on. Oh, thank God, sorry. I was leaning on my rudder pedals and I thought Ducky was frozen, so I thought everything else was frozen too. All right, anyway, sorry. So yes. Recovery from unusual flight attitudes, instruments, oh, and I guess I kind of, oh shoot, that was maybe not quite what I was supposed to do. So we're just supposed to be doing it on here. So we were diving like so. So our attitude indicator was like so. However, we can't necessarily trust these instruments. I can in the aircraft that I fly. I need to remember that. But the attitude indicator might tumble in particularly unusual attitudes. So we need to be relying on our airspeed indicator and our altimeter. So our airspeed indicator was increasing, so that indicates that we are nose down, and our altimeter was going down, so that also indicates nose down. So bring that speed back. We don't want to overspeed the aircraft. So power goes out. We are leveling the wings so as not to put as much load on the wings, as well as when we're like this, there's that much. My instructor gave me, he drew it out where when you're banked like this, you have to bring the nose that much more up to the horizon, rather than if you level the wings first, you don't have to bring the nose up as far, which is super interesting, and I need to go over it again. But yeah, something like that. And then, oh God, we're like right over an airport. Oops, be aware of your surroundings. We're gonna climb a little bit, sorry. No, don't mean to steal my thunder. No, because I do. Sometimes I don't know if I'm actually being, what's the word? Intelligible. So yeah, having it written out is good. And you're probably doing it in more real time, whereas I am pausing for long moments of time and doing other things and then coming back to it. So yeah. So no, absolutely continue. In your head, 000 and 360 are the same thing. They are, but right, and that's what Brash is saying is, I think for the METAR and the TAF, I think that winds from the north is typically denoted by 360, whereas calm winds are just the 0, if that makes sense. So like compass wise, 0 and 360 are the same, but when you're talking about winds, 360 is from the north and 0 is just 0. I think. I'm not sure I've ever seen a 000 degrees at some other knots than 0. And then only spot you had to look up because you haven't encountered yet, yes, is the vertical visibility of 200. Other than those two places, you can read it flawlessly. That's excellent. Good. Very good. And so even if winds out of the north and stationary may be technically correct, one would just say calm, yes. And again, I'm not sure that it actually does mean winds out of the north. I think it, because if it's calm, there isn't any wind to be out of the north, right? So yes, winds out of the north wouldn't be correct technically. Right, just calm, right. It's kind of like dividing 0 by 1, maybe. Hang on. Yeah, dividing 0 by 1. You can't take anything from anything, so it's just 0. So you can't have any wind out of the north because there's no wind at all. Yes, this. Think of 360 as winds present and 000 as no wind. On a compass, yes, same thing. Heading 360 is north, 00 is... I would say no to that. I think. Hello, thank you for the follow. Love Eli 0330. I appreciate you. I hope you're well. Thanks for being here. In a 737, it's only 000. Right. So that's why I would distinguish between compass is 000, 360 are the same. And then when it comes to winds, 0 means 0. There's, to be honest, I would say there's a lot of that where in one instance, this means this, and then in the other instance, it kind of means this. But yes, if you just think, if the wind has all zeros, it's empty, there isn't anything. So it's just calm. Good way to think about it. Which part? Your brain puts together things in interesting ways. And here's the thing. I will say, since you are going into actual training, definitely make sure that you're doing the studying, getting the studying done properly, because even now, I have certain, I would say my brain does the same thing. It puts things together in its own way. And there are snags that happen in the, as you continue going on, that then you have to, like, I'll shove all the information onto the shelves in my brain, but then later on I have to detangle and organize it differently, if that makes sense. So what works for you now might not work in the future, I will say. So that's why talk to your instructor. That's going to be your best bet for getting it to where you need it to be, and making sure that you don't have to detangle things too much in the future. You're going to have to anyway, but just to do as little of that as possible. The 360 is wins, 000 is no wins. Yes. Yes. And again, that's for the wins part, and then for the compass, they are the same. 360 and 00 are the same. Yeah. If that helps, I hope so. Yes. And yes, you're welcome. If that helps, since that helps. But yeah, there's a lot of things like that, and you are gonna kind of have to, like, let that stuff flow and adjust as necessary. Okay, so did our steep turn. We did one unusual attitude. We'll talk about the next unusual attitude. So what that's going to be is, again, it might tumble. So if we have our airspeed is decreasing, our altimeter is increasing. So what we're going to have to do is power up as well as nose down. Just to the horizon, don't overcorrect. And then level ourselves out and get back to where we were supposed to go. So it is. With the vacuum-powered gyroscopic instruments, because of that tumbling issue, you're going to be focused more on the airspeed indicator and the altimeter when recovering from those unusual attitudes. Hope I went over all the things. Common errors is too aggressively recovering and getting an unusual attitude the other way. Not recognizing an unusual attitude when it's happening. So if you get into IMC, again, we are VFR pilots. So if you get into IMC, you got to be eyes on those instruments, watching, keeping our scan on our attitude indicator, spoke out to the airspeed indicator, altimeter, heading indicator, maintaining straight and level as much as possible. Yeah, all those things. So it's really like 0 degrees, 0 knots would be like there's nothing to measure. Yes. 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 So it is. It's the data is empty. And that's why there's all zeros. Plus, if there's no wind, then heading doesn't even matter. Right, in that instance anyways. No, because if there's no wind, it's not coming from anywhere, so it can't be coming from anywhere. You wouldn't have 270 at 0 knots. It's just like the whole data set is empty. You missed the last 5 minutes. Your power went out. Oh no. Well, I assume it's back. I hope it wasn't anything too funky. But no, that's okay. Happy to have you back. No, yes. Yeah. So it is. It's just an empty data set. Maybe? wanting some clarity. I do. I hope that does make sense. If it doesn't, definitely let me know. I will try and help. But again, talk to your instructor about it. But yeah, that's just kind of how I think of it. I know I say 0 degrees at 0 knots, wind is calm, but mentally I'm thinking it is. It's just everything's empty, so there's no wind to be spoken of. So yeah, it's stormy, so you're on your phone now. Okay, sounds good. I hope it's not too bad a storm. I hope it's one of the fun storms. Just like apart from the power outage, I guess. I hope it's a delightful one. Phew, you were right, says the guy with 0 real time. Fair enough. Hey, we all have those moments. Okay, so we did our unusual attitudes, kind of talked about that. Emergency simulation thing. Hang on, what's my notepad say? And then we got to do our what's it called? Okay, sorry. Have to do our landings and that, did that. Steep turns, chandelles, did that. Power on, cross control, recovery from unusual flight. Yes, okay. So, oops, frick. Males and more hamsters for your modem. Perfect. You need all the hamsters. Oh no. Wait, so is your power still out and that's why you're on your phone? Frick, but you ladies think I mean some of we do. Hey. It's better than the alternative. It is more ladylike than the alternative. We'll go with that. All right, so engine fire. Oh no, what do we do? Power out. We'd cut our mixture. Fuel would go off. Yeah, all those things. And then we pitch for about 109. Between 30 and 40 degrees of bank. That speed is going to help us hopefully get that fire out. As well as get us to the ground quickly if it does not go out. So we've done that, and now the fire is out, but we still have our engine is gone. But we're just gonna do general engine out procedures. So we are we're gonna head towards this airport. Carb heat goes out. We're gonna see if we can make it over to that airport. Otherwise, we're gonna take a look around at places we could land. Oh, sorry. A lot of trees, which I'm not liking. We are at our best glide. We got our carb heat out. Oh shoot! I don't know if I can. Yeah, we're going to check our checklist if I can find it. Here and nope and there. Okay. So we are on our way, hopefully, to an airport. Otherwise, we'll be landing. Oops. In that field there. We're at 2,000 feet. We're maintaining our best glide. And then we would do our checklist. Oh, shoot. Where are we? Oh, God. So we would do our checklist. This sucks because I have to go. Oh, hang on. I can go like that. Split view. This is not good. Oh gosh, darn it. Split view is not supported. Keep it going. Keep it going. Keep it going. Oops. Maintaining that best glide. Okay, so we've checked all the things. Mixture, throttle, carb heat, fuel, master mags, primer is in and locked. We would have caught that with our, our checklist if I could freaking have it with me. Oh gosh. Oh, stop, don't do that. And we're just gonna land in this here field. Make sure we're not hitting any of those things, whatever those are. And we are going to throw some flaps in, get ourselves down, and we're gonna start. We're gonna turn on to final. We would secure, cut all of the fuel and such, all of the electronics, and then we would pop a door, secure ourselves, maintaining, go with the grooves, gentle. Oh, I mean, it was a little slammy. Definitely needed to nose down a little bit more, but we went with the grain, and we survived. Sorry. It came back, but it's intermittent. Okay, sounds good. So unplug the electronics. Okay, sounds good. Happy to have you either way. I hope it doesn't last too long. Ew, a random failure. So, oh wait. Now find out if I was scanning for... Yes. So what my... I'll see if I can pop this onto the screen here for a second. Note to pad. So for the emergency part, I have to do A, which is emergency approach and landing simulated. So I should have probably... I always try to land the thing in here, even though I should do the recovery like I would have been able to land. So the DP would be like, all right, you would have been able to land, go recover. So but I always end up landing, sorry. And then systems and equipment malfunctions are the other required. So what my DPE did for my commercial check ride was go from an electrical fire, or sorry, not electrical fire, an engine fire in order to do that the emergency descent, and then went into the engine failure after that. However, so I do it like that, except I pretend that the engine fire didn't happen so that I can go through the whole checklist, even though I couldn't freaking get to the proper checklist. So yes. So I like to practice the full engine out thing just in case the engine fire is not what the DP gives me. So yeah. I would, or are you asking, would you do the restart checklist after a fire? To be honest, I feel like I've had that question and I'm not sure if I fully got it answered yet. I feel like no would be the answer, but at the same time, I think I've heard otherwise as well. So yeah, I'm not sure about that. I wouldn't have thought so. So yes, I would like to actually. Yeah. Because you never know what it actually went through. So heck, no wonder you're feeling like a zombie. It's I know, it's late. You're very rarely up at this time. I wish I could say the same. I'm so bad about my sleep schedule. I am definitely a night owl, so I like to stay up later and then wake up a little bit later. But yes, I know it is. But we're getting there. We're getting there. What are you doing in the cockpit? Still run, avoid the fire. We got the fire out. So it was just an emergency landing engine out. We'll turn back around to follow the grooves again. Oh my gosh, guess what we get to do? A soft field landing. Or a soft field takeoff, right? Yes, we get to do a soft field takeoff. Heck yeah. That is what is called fortunate. And landing zone. Okay, sorry. Yes. I will say I was absolutely not looking for a landing zone. The thing is like not 10 minutes ago, I know it seems like a lot, but we were directly over a frigging airport, and then we get out where I was. Oh, and of course, I will. I'll have to we'll look on little nav map at the end. But the place that I chose is right by. I mean, yes, we see them, all of those things. But it's the it's the blinky sort of is it high? I think it's high voltage. Is that legend thing? Hello. 1 second. I'm trying to look at a legend. Why isn't my legend coming up? There it is. Yes, the blinky bit. High intensity lights. That's what it is. Thank you for the subscription. Okay, I'm going to try and say it correctly. I'm trying to figure out which letter to put the emphasis on. Audiamus? Audiamus? It reminds me of Amadeus, so I want to say it like that. But thank you for the subscription. I appreciate you, and thanks for putting up with me and my attempt to say it properly. That is a fun name. Shakes are awake. Yes, you're thoroughly enjoying the stream. Thank you. I do. I appreciate it. I do. I want to get earlier with these things. I just have not gotten to that point where I actually have apparently committed. So, yes. Not supposed to, but you learn. You're not learning something. If you take anything away from it, do a little jot down and then consult with your CFI. Love how I look behind me by turning my head through my chest. I know. This is if you haven't been around for the track art streams, half of it is this, because I'm looking and trying to make sure that the track art is looking good. It never is, but it's a fun time. So yes, I have not yet figured out how to get the track IR to like stop at a certain point, and probably won't because it's amusing. So oh, it's Latin. It's you on YouTube. Excellent. I kind of thought so, but I couldn't. My brain isn't working properly in order to figure out what it should actually be, how it should actually be said. So I apologize. And thank you again. All right, so soft field landing. We are on a soft and or rough field. So we want to get off the ground as soon as possible, get the weight onto our wings as soon as possible. Keep that nose wheel protected and keep it from sinking in or making us a porpoise. So, we are going to bop a notch of flaps in. And we are going to use brakes as little as possible. Keep that nose wheel from sinking in. We're going to hold our yoke back, throttle up. Hold that yoke back, hold that yoke back. We're going to end up rotating faster or sooner than we normally would. And at that point, once we're in the air, we're nosing back down into ground effect to gain speed, which we then trade for our altitude. Ooh. Hello, trees. Those came up a lot faster than I was anticipating them to do. But yes. So, my speed wasn't quite, it wasn't quite as, the speed didn't, my airspeed didn't increase as quick as I was expecting. I assume, because kind of, rough terrain. So it didn't allow it to kind of smoothly accelerate. Hello, how are you? How is it going? And over a 50-foot obstacle as well. Yes, exactly. Oh, and then also, yeah, once we're clear of that 50-foot obstacle, with at a proper speed and everything, we clean up our aircraft, put those flaps out. Yeah, excellent. Okay, so, oh, words I can't say because I'm a lady. Oh my, hang on, give me a second. I don't wanna, but we gotta. I don't like it. Wait, why did I choose this area? We're gonna start heading this way. Where did we actually come from? Oh God, where did we come from? Where are we? Oh, there we are. Okay, so we're gonna start, heading that-ish way and hope that we can find some decent, spots to do rectangular course as well as 8s on pylons around. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. So, we're gonna watch out for that little bugger. We are oh gosh, things are. Finally figured out what those bot posts are doing. Oh, what bot post? Oh, are you talking about in the chat? Yes, we are on Twitch as well as YouTube at the moment. So hello Twitch, hello YouTube. Welcome. So yes. Happy to have you here. And you sub to the YouTube now. Thank you. Yes, for now. So the YouTube that it's on, that we're streaming on currently, it's just the archives of the stream. I would like to, I have like the main ideological YouTube page that I haven't used yet. I'd like to do shorter videos, like highlight videos. At some point would like to do in real life flying videos and stuff. However, I'm not sure I want to yet at this point give up potential privacy yet. I don't know. So that is to be determined. So future. But yeah, so for now, we just have the VODs on the YouTube as well as the streamings. So hello. Something happened and it didn't. Oh, thank you for the subscription, Armanda C. Wait. Is it? Oh God, sorry. Oh God, sorry. So is that one is you? Hello! Because you like supporting amazing people. Because you're great, thank you. Well, I do, I appreciate you being here. And it's... I wouldn't be doing this if you guys weren't, supportive of it. And I appreciate that you guys are, because it's super helpful for me. It's super fun for me. And yeah, so I'm happy that it's a mutual enjoyment. So I hate it. I hate, sorry. Talking about this, loving this, hating that there are no freaking intersections and fields and stuff that I can go around in order to do a nice rectangular course. Alas, we figure it out. Hang on for a second. We might be doing our turns around or 8s on pylons in a bit. It is you, Glitter Girl. Excellent. Okay. Having fun. Yay. Ah, dang, YouTube sub didn't alert. Well, oh no. Well, thank you for the sub as well. I do. I appreciate it. Oh my god. Oh my god. I see an intersection. Oh, sorry. We're just not going to talk about what just happened there. Hello. Was that it? Sometimes it takes a while. Gonna be a pain relearning all this stuff for your CFI. But I'm sure that it's going to come faster. I'm sure that the knowledge will come faster. And I have, as much as it is so freaking much, but it's been fun learning it, as well as, I will say, one of the things for me is I wish that I had either had more experience as a pilot or more experience as a teacher. One of the two would have been nice. So I would say that might be, like, that'd be good for you because you have that experience already. So, would have been hilarious to keep the ruse going. Yeah, oh, it would have, but I would have felt so bad that I didn't understand. But that's fair. If it would have been amusing, I am happy to be of amusement. You don't stop relearning it. Oh no, that's absolutely fair. So what? I'm so confused because a thing came through and then it didn't come through. I'm sorry. Don't be confusing me, right? I'm already confused. I am. As we're spinning in circles, I thought that I saw a good spot for 8s on pylons, and then it disappeared. I saw an intersection, and I got a little too excited. We're gonna do that, and I feel like that might be okay. So, what direction am I going? North and east. What are my winds aloft and or weather currently? Calm winds. Winds aloft. 3,000 feet is 190. So from-ish, the south-ish. So we want to be downwind. There is an intersection. Okay, there we go. I just need to figure out what point is actually a mile. All right, so 8s on pylons. 8s on pylons are our most complex ground reference maneuver. Yeah, so might do this intersection. What direction am I going now? Yeah, that could, no. I think it needs to be more like this. If we need to, we're gonna come back to this. Also introduces the concept of pivotal altitude, which is that for every ground speed, for a particular ground speed, there is an altitude at which, here we go. there is an altitude at which a constant bank turn, it will appear that an object on the ground is stationary. So as we are going through those turns, our ground speed is changing, but unlike turns around a point where we adjust our bank, we have to adjust our pitch and therefore our altitude in order to I think that's what we're doing. Okay. Sorry, we adjust our pitch and therefore our altitude in order to climb or descend to the pivotal altitude for that particular ground speed throughout the turn. So first thing that we're trying to do currently is pick our points. So I have-ished them. Things to keep in mind is we are maneuvering at a very low altitude. Our initial pivotal altitude, we're going to go with 810 AGL. And in this area, we're at about 27 feet. So 810 is going to be about 850 feet MSL. So we got to get down to that as we're turning ourselves around. Do the hokey pokey and turn ourselves around. Can I find my spots again? Oh God. Yeah. So best option is nice fields. We might, nope, hang on. Getting down to our 855. Hang on. All right. We're at our pivotal altitude. I thought I found our points. We'll see what happens. I mean, I totally have our points. If we need to, we will stop. However, I think we're good. So, we're at our 855. For our pivotal altitude, we came into the downwind, and we are going to we downwind toward point number 2, and then at a 30-degree angle to the line. We turn toward the midpoint between our points. And now we are a quarter mile downwind of our first point and turning around with a constant bank angle. If the point falls behind our reference line, we nose up. If the point starts coming forward of our reference line, we nose down. Because we need to increase that speed as well as, so nosing down, we're increasing that speed as well as descending to our pivotal altitude. Oops, shoot. Crosswind correcting as necessary. There's our second point. So we, whoop. Sorry, hang on. $30 degrees of bank. Oop. So we got a little too close to our point, so we needed a little bit more bank angle than the other one. And then we did kind of get, and it required us to do more climbing and descending than we necessarily needed to. And then since we got around that point, now we are exiting 45 degrees on the downwind, just like we entered. Oh my god. Oh, it was bad. Oh, it was bad. But we talked about our issues, and now we move on, I guess. Sorry. Okay, sorry. We live in the same state then, the state of confusion. Excellent. Yes, that sounds about right. I'm just gonna hover over this because we might just be, you know what, why, I would like to find like an actual field-ish. We're just gonna hover in this area because maybe we'll use one of these fields. If you think you're confused, imagine you. You're still hardcore, you still just a hardcore enthusiast of it. 0 real time. Well, that's why we learn as we learn. Words of wisdom. You're confused and you have 3,000. Shameless flex, heck yeah. If you hit 10K hours in MS Best, does that mean that you now have 1 real hour? I feel like that translates, yes. Sounds acceptable. All right, we have confirmed it. We are in agreement. Don't get that song stuck in my head. Oh God, what song did I sing? Sets up simming PC to, oh, the Hokey Pokey. You put your right wing, oh wait, left wing in, you put your left wing out, you put your left wing in, and you shake it all about. You do the Hokey Pokey and you stall the thing, oh no. That's what it's all about. Sorry. Sets up simming PC to continuously circle the planet on autopilot and wins at life by achieving PPL status without piloting a real plane. I mean, there's some dedication there. Fly to the Midwest where it's made up of ground reference points. I know, like every freaking time. I try. But then we had terrible weather over there for now, like today as we were choosing spots. And then, of course, I didn't think enough of it, and then this happened. So, but the other thing is like, that would be perfect. But at the same time, it is giving me experience in adversity when it comes to lack of points. So, being ready for anything. Yay. Unfollow and sub-reported. Oh, no. You seem upset. We talked about unusual attitude recoveries. That's like an upset. So you just gotta recover. Okay, rectangle. Rectangle. We're finding a rectangle-ish. Like I almost just want to go to the pattern. I just want to go to the thing. What is it called? The airport. Wow. I am a pilot. I know what the airport is. Oh, yes. Oh, no. It's getting to that time. I'm sorry for everything from here on out. In, out. I'm going to stop saying that. What am I supposed to do? Downwind. Downwind. long leg of the rectangle. So I should be 1,000 feet. Long leg of the rectangle. You know what? That would be an excellent choice, wouldn't it? Just go to the freaking airport. Thoughts? Where even are we? We're going the complete opposite direction. Turning. Can't recover from getting a song stuck in your head. I could sing another one. Then you would have a different song stuck in your head. What would be a good one? This is the song that never ends. It goes on and on, my friends. Some people started singing it not knowing what it was. And then they kept on singing it forever just because this is the song that never ends. It goes on and on, my friends. We're heading to the airport because I don't want to. On one hand, I want to challenge myself to do a rectangle that's not quite a rectangle, but at the same time, wouldn't that be the best option if I can't find a rectangle? We're not gonna use a rectangle, but just get in the pattern and do that? Question mark? No, frick. No, it wouldn't. Would it? I don't know. We'll see. Cut out from singing. That is fair. That is fair. I'm sorry. It is. It's like, you know, my usual late night delusionariness. Okay, we're doing it. Ooh, we're doing it. Okay. Yep. Okay. So we're flying up about a mile. We'll turn ourselves. I'm sorry, around. That's what it's all about. In crackled radio voice. Heidi, is this center? We see the delirium setting in. Maybe return to base. But we gotta finish the Checkride. I'm just kidding. No, that would be a terrible idea. But since we're in the sim, we're going to. So, delirious or not, we're gonna finish it off. The Checkride. Checkride. MockISH. MockISH. So, I had a spot in mind. There it is. Okay. So let's hope that I can find it again. Rectangular course is basically pattern practice, helping us get our, yes, there it is. Get our pattern movements down without having to worry about the calls or any of the other things we have to do. So we set up 45 degrees, the middle of the downwind. We're getting a little bit pushed, so we're gonna crab out to this way. Once we get to the edge here, we do our nice little turn, not more than 30 degrees. Make sure we're maintaining our altitude. If we get off on our altitude, we just nose back down, bring power out a little bit. Why does this seem like it's not what I was supposed to be doing? Okay, so then we turn again. I've made all the wrong decisions. Again, bank not more than 30 degrees. Getting ourselves back down to pattern altitude. Make our next turn. Yeah. So I don't think this is the rectangle that I picked out at all, but we're in it now. So, and now we're getting back onto our downwind. Again, not more than 30 degrees, making sure we are crabbing into the wind as necessary. Oh, goodness. We have to do a slip to a landing and then a go around. I mean, we're focusing on rectangular course. And then we exit 45 degrees from the downwind. I got this. I don't think I got this. Simulated hypoxia, pretty much. Oh, goodness. Except the feeling is not euphoria. It's something definitely. Oh, God. We'll go over that in Little Nav Map. Yeah. I thought I thought I picked a different spot. It was a terrible spot. So, again, I guess I'll say that for both of our ground reference maneuvers. For all ground reference maneuvers, the spots that we pick our reference points and or lines and or whatever should be visible. Easily visible and not missable and losable, because those are words now. Oh my God. Yep. Sorry. Because otherwise you get that disaster. Sloppy maneuver. If you lose sight of your points, you might lose sight of any potential obstacles. All those good things. All right, we are getting back to Kiso. Yes, you want to do the hypoxia chamber. Right, at least once, regardless of if you get into aviation professionally. Same. Because, I mean, wanting to do the hypoxia chamber. Because, well, it would be good for scientific purposes, but also just general curiosity. There was a video. There was a video where some. I'm gonna climb just a little bit here. There was a video that had 3 different. I want to say they were military pilots, and they were put in the hypoxia chamber. And it was super freaking interesting. Because there, so again, 3 of them, and the first 2 started feeling symptoms gradually, but the third one was kind of like okay, and then all of a sudden just got hit with it, and it was actually kind of freaky to watch. So I would recommend it. Something to yeah, keep in mind. Hypoxia is no joke. It's funny to see how fast you lose mental capacity. Right, I would be super, super curious. Because, like, I want to feel like I'd be able to hold it together, at least for a little bit. But thank you, ForeFlight. But at the same time, I feel like that's probably something that everybody thinks and or wants. And it's probably a big old no. So yeah, huge aviation enthusiast. You never know if something might happen at altitude, that knowing your own, right, warning signs can be helpful. Right, absolutely fair, yeah. Reason they have so many doctors and nurses right there on standby just in case. Right, oh, it was freaky. What, you walked around Pikes Peak and could barely stand up. Oh, goodness. Okay. Interesting. And then it's funny to hear about, like, other people who live at those higher altitudes and they're so much more accustomed to that. Oh, all of the differences and all of the different puzzle pieces to put together. I am losing it very gradually. Maybe not so gradually. It is starting to hit me a little bit more. This is later than I usually go. I apologize. Kinston Tower, Cessna, Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. Words I can't say because I'm a lady. 8 miles to the southeast at 1,700. With, do we have the weather? With, we said whiskey earlier, so we'll say whiskey and then they'll give us the actual weather. Kiso, 24th at 0805 Zulu. I have not seen that. Yeah, automated, 0 degrees at 0 knots, empty, winds are calm. Data is empty, winds are calm. 10 statute miles, visibility, overcast 11,000. 10 for our temperature, 9 degrees for our dew point. 3048, I think that's what it was before, so excellent, and all the other things. Remarks, AO2 differentiates precipitation. Temperature is, that's a 0, so it's a positive number, and it's 9.6, so it's 10 degrees, but with the decimal. And then again, 0 is positive, and 8.5, rounded to 9 for our dew point. All right, slip to a landing, go around, land that sucker, shut down, and frickin' debrief, and off we go. I need to turn. I'm so sorry. Oh, we're really pushing it tonight. Think that spending as much time in the mountains as you have would help, but who knows? Okay, yeah, maybe. Your cousins who were raised in Colorado, they visit you at 500 ASL and they're like, I can breathe so easy here. That's so funny. There's just that much more oxygen. Well, there's not more oxygen, it's just more concentrated. I know these things because I practiced. Oh, would you look at that? Although, sorry, ATC might not have liked... Oh, hello. That's gonna trip me out. May not have liked, things. 8s on pylons right on the corner of their airspace. But who knows? Could have asked. Living high up definitely helps, but at a certain point, there isn't much you can do. Fair. Absolutely fair. ASL, above sea level. Yeah. So usually we do MSL, so mean sea level, and then AGL is above ground level. So you got them right, but you put them together. You are also sleepy. I know, I am. I apologize. We're getting there. We're about at the airport. They're gonna give us a right turn for 05. Right traffic, right down. Sorry. Oh my god. Sorry. It is. It's that time. I appreciate you guys sticking around. I do. I need to do better. I need to do this faster. Earlier is the correct term. I've been meaning to work on it. But as always, I'm sorry. So, we're coming in. We got a right downwind, and we need to let them know when we're at midfield. We're going to report midfield. Slip to a landing. Oh, Kinston Tower, Cessna Hotel, Tree 1, Delta 1, right downwind 05, midfield. Sorry, midfield right downwind 05. And then they say clear to land 05. Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1 clear to land 05. And then we say clear to land 05, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. For the love. And then at that point, sorry. Oh, frick. We're almost there. We're almost there. Maximum effort. What is that? Strange. We are cleared to land, so we're at 1,000 feet. Oh, and we're coming in for a landing, but we are gonna come in too high so that we can slip to a go-around. So we're gonna turn our base. Darn it, Wolf's lady can't say that from chat. I can't, darn it. But that's why y'all are able to put text form. I mean, oh god, don't abuse the privilege, of course, but oh. This would definitely be a go-around scenario, but I also want to do this, like, it's The Sim, so we're doing things, not proper, like. So, we are way too high. We're coming in on our final. We know that we're too high, so what we do is we line ourselves up, and then we, apply right. For the love of God. Keep our nose coming down. I don't understand. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, Foreflight. I'm sorry. So I guess we're going like this and going like this instead. Apparently, I can slip a lot better to the left, right, whatever. So we are slipping. It's not working, so we're gonna go around. So we power up, carb heat goes in, take out 1 notch of flaps right away, and then once we build up that speed, then we dump the rest, not dump, we would take out the rest of our flaps at that point. And then we're gonna off step to the upwind. And we would call Kinston Tower, Cessna, Hotel Tree 1, Delta 1. Things. On the go, 05. Or, hang on. If they cleared us for the option, we don't need to call them again. So, pretend that they cleared us for the option. Okay, sorry. MSL is an adjusted datum plane, technically not sea level. Well, right. And ASL works as an absolute measure. The thing is it, I don't know. I guess the ones that we typically use are AGL and MSL. So I don't know. Keeping it simple. I don't know. I'm sorry. My brain isn't working, so I'm not entirely sure I can fully process what you're saying to me. I apologize. Just get on the ground safely first. I know. We're working on it. We're working on it. Overhead brake. Yeah, that was unfortunate. Woo-wee! Yes! Hello! How is it going? Oh god, what did I do? What did I say? I mean, don't tell me what I said. I did not, did I? Sorry. Have you eaten the planet yet? Not yet, but you're trying. Positive vibes. We believe in you. Oh, goodness. Okay, so, we did our our slip to a landing and a go around, kind of. And now we did all the things. So we're landing. We're done. We're gonna go pack it up. Oh my god, I am so sorry. Like, it is. This is... Fatigue is a word that I can't say, because I'm a lady. So, we were once again cleared for landing. They'll call us, and then we'll say Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1 cleared to land 05. Yep. That. Bring that power out some more. Carb heat goes in. Lights are on. Carb heat. Fuels on both. Undercarriage is fixed. Mixture is full rich. Power propeller pumps. Safety. Oh, words. Seat belts and security. You're dying over here? I'm glad to be of amusement. Oh, frick. Wrong button. Flaps are... words. There. Another notch of flaps. It happens so fast. Normal landing. Abnormal landing. That's part of the Checkride PTS, right? Okay, bringing that power out. We got 4 whites. Excellent foreflight. Helpful. We're above glide slope. That means we have a displaced threshold, so we got to make sure we land past the actual threshold. There's a mouse in the middle of the screen. Apologies. Here we are. We're coming in. Right seat. Shaft of the yoke. Over the threshold. We bring that power out. Gently bring our... Oh, look at that. Ah, frick. Stop. No. Shh. Where are we going? Oh, God. We're just going to take the whole runway. Oh, my God. I'm so sorry. Actually... Oh, hang on. Is that a runway? It is not. We get off of the runway. We clear at the next available taxiway. That is what we had in our lesson practice earlier. We clear that hold short line with everything. We clean up the aircraft and await further instruction. And they don't want to deal with this anymore. So they're going to say, yeah, they want to have a word with us. So taxi towards the tower through any means necessary. And then we say, okie dokie. Just kidding. Alpha and then ramp. And then we say, yes. Taxi to parking / tower. Alpha. Alpha. Oh my God. Let us go. We're going all the way. Oh, look at Ducky. Sorry. Look at that cutie. Oh, God. And then, since we're already in trouble, let us... God dang it. Whip a cookie. Hello! Where's my coffee? Help. Help. Yeah, I need some coffee to go with these cookies. I'm sure it looks so dumb from outside. Hang on, here we go. Let's look. Let's whip the cookies. Why isn't it working? Whipping the cookies. Is this working for you? Are you gonna be able to get my coffee in while I do these sweet moves? So sorry. Oh no! Is that intentional? Because your cookies are a lot better than mine. Why am I still going? Sorry. I have my brakes on. That's all I got. All right, shutting down. Honestly, mentally already gone, checked out, shuts off all the things. Hoy ya friggin' yoy. Off. All the things. Cut that mixture. Yo yo. You were kind of yo-yoing, so that's kind of perfect. For the love of God. Continue. We're making it. We're making it. Oops. My eyes are bugging out. We are normal human beings. Control the space. Do that shut thing. Out we go. Hello, buddies. Tower buddies. Me and the boys. Oh gosh, I'm watching that show right now. The Boys. It isn't. It's a lot. You were waiting for me to stop to light up. Am I right? But I kept moving. I know. I'm sorry. I had my feet on the brakes, and I was still going. I'm sorry. Hello, hello. How are you? Happy to have you here. We just did our shutdown. We're gonna go over a little nav map. I am very much out of it. I'm gonna. Oh, words. So apologies. Oh, that's kind of. It's kind of aesthetic, actually. So, Captain Corin here with DoorDash Air with the delivery of a much-needed seat to take me home because I need sleep stat. That is absolutely accurate. Yes. Appreciation is much and directed in your direction. So yeah, we'll pull up a little nav map and go over, oh god, the things. So, first we did our, Runway Incursion Avoidance lesson plan practice. Oh my god. And that went, I think it went pretty well. Got quite a few tips and advice from you guys, and I appreciate that so much. Looking forward to going over it with my instructor. So that went, I think, okay. We'll find out, I guess. That looks like an almost perfect bird right here. Do you see that? That's awesome. It's like a weird pigeon. I don't know about the rest. Oh my god. Oi, yoy, yoy. Oh no. Sorry. Coffee, you kidding? We'd be stuck awake for hours. Okay, fair. Okay, fair. Yes, that's fair. Runway Incursion Avoidance practice. Gotta give that to the controllers at KSFO. Oh gosh, what did they do recently? I mean, no, they can't learn anything from me. There's no learning here, no teaching here. They can practice it for themselves and from competent, reliable sources. But otherwise, whatever is necessary. Okay, yeah. So that went okay. Look at these dumb patterns. Why? I promise, again, I should put that in the disclaimer as well. I do fly better in an actual plane. Surprisingly. Yeah. So we did Runway, Incursion, Avoidance. Did that. Gonna go over that. Gonna polish that up. Then we did our MockISH CFI Checkride. We did our short field takeoff. We did a midfield short field takeoff. And then we went out. We did our clearing turns. Most excellent. And then we did our fundamentals of flight, descents, and straight descents. And descents with a turn. Sorry. That was there. And then we did... descents with a turn. And then do we do stalls? No. No, hang on. No, sorry. I thought we did stalls first. So power on, stall, cross-controlled stall. And then... I don't know. We'll just keep going, see what happens. We did our chandelles over here. At some point over here. Is that unusual attitudes? Words I can't say because I'm a lady if I know. Yeah. Chandelles. Went over here. We got steep turns. I think here's the unusual attitudes. Yeah, that sounds right. Here we were... Oh, we did our... engine fire. Descent. Emergency descent. And then we landed at the Voice of America transmitting station. Hey, it worked. So, we went with it. Took off again, did our soft field takeoff there. Came over here and was looking for our spots. Eventually choosing here. So we came here and did this gigantic part of the 8. And then did this tiny part of the 8. So I actually think we, again, so, okay. Issues there. Sorry. I mean, you get the actual feedback in a plane rather than the sim. Yes, absolutely. Always found it harder to fly in the sim than the plane, which is weird. See, it seems like it should be weird, but I say that all the time, and I have heard that from other people too. So apparently, it's not that weird. We're not that weird, and it's not that bad of a thing. It's not that abnormal of a thing that I'm terrible at flying in the sim. So yes, it is. It's definitely that feedback thing, as well as I do think that it's a visual thing. Even with the track IR is excellent and amazing, but there is still a different visual. So yeah, so there's so many differences. Again, always helpful with flows, but yeah, it's there are things. So true, flight sim is actually harder in some ways than real flying. Yes, would agree. So I will say, I think so picking of the points, I do think maybe part of this is a wind situation, because I was going off of a what I thought winds aloft was 190, so I was like, okay, southerly wind, but that low to the ground, perhaps it was actually coming from more this way, which I mean that would explain. So pick points. That's why we pick our points on a line perpendicular to the wind, but that's a learning experience. So then we came here and we're looking. Yeah, I was trying to find rectangle. Here's our rectangle. We came over here, came into the thing, and then, God dang it, move. Or don't move. Stop moving. And then we followed a square-ish, kind of. I tried. We talked about some errors. Came back this way. Came in for a landing. Did our slip. For some reason, I slip in the plane that I fly in real life all the time. Not all the time. But I'm perfectly fine at slips. However, apparently, I can't do them in the sim that well for some reason. Don't know what it is. It seemed like the one to the right, or the other way, where the right side was broadside. That seemed a little bit easier than the other side, so I don't know about that. Maybe try that next time. We did our go around as well, and that it went. So we did. We off-stepped. Off-stepped to the right, to the upwind, and then came back around and just really terribly did pattern and did normal landing. And then, hello! Thank you for the follow, I Fly Aircraft. I love your name. Appreciate you being here. I'm so sorry for everything. I am really out of it at the moment. It's a lot later than usual, so many apologies. So yeah, flight sim very good for practicing and perfecting procedures. Yes, but you can pick up bad habits in the practical aspect of flying from a sim. Abso-freaking-lutely. Yes, all of that, absolutely. I've been doing the sim since I started my training, and just like you said, the procedures and everything, getting those things down, remembering things from my lessons has been excellent. But there are certain things that I end up doing in here that I do think bleed into, as much as I do try to compartmentalize them, it does end up kind of bleeding into a little bit the actual flying. But there's a give and take. Again, there are good things that come from it, so just keeping an eye on that. You're back with your 407 now. I had to go chase a forklift driver who decided to try to cut your tail in half. Airlifted his container on top of the tower so he can deliver it. Amazing. Kudos. You get 'em. Fellow news CF. Hello, CF here. So I'm in training. I'm still in training. I haven't done it yet. So new CFI, congratulations. How new? What is your plan for aviation in general? Have you started with students? Are you part 141 or 61? And if you don't want to answer any of those questions, that is absolutely fine. Appreciate you being here. That's so awesome. And yes, welcome. But yes, I am a pilot in real life. Currently working on CFI training. So, disclaimer below. Yes. I'm not teaching anything. You're not learning anything. Just working on my flows and such. So, yeah, that thing again. Procedures and flows. So, yeah. But yes, so again, we off-stepped, did the thing, normal landing. Kind of went over a little bit of our runway incursion stuff. A little bit with the plane, so, yeah. Yay! So there's that. Hello, I'm gonna try to, there, hello. I'm gonna get into the, oops. I'm gonna exit this and go to the home page. What is it? Oh my god. Main menu. That's what it's called. I'm gonna go to the main menu. So thank you for the seat to go get sleep. Much appreciated. You got it in September, just haven't been flying yet. Because you went to EMT school and just recently passed your EMT school last Friday. Amazing. That's so cool. Congratulations on that as well. And you're a part 61 with some 141 background. Excellent. Oh, so you got both. So that's nice. So yeah. So what's your kind of plan, if you don't mind me asking, and or how did you get into it and all the good things? The immediate interrogation begins. I'm sorry, I do. You don't have to answer anything that you don't wish to. I am a very curious person, and I like hearing other people's journeys. So, we're gonna leave that for a second. Took that off. Flight sim goes like that. I'll quick run through some things. Had lesson recently. Talked a little bit about it. It's my current instructor, friend instructor, is going to get his type rating for his new job coming up here soon. So this last lesson, instead of doing like actual like mock Checkride like we did before, we just kind of worked on some stuff that I really needed work on, which was we talked about in practice these, the chandelles, steep turns, cross controlled stalls, because yeah, being still getting used to the right seat, still getting used to the 150. Yeah. So, and it's like, if I just focus on the flying, I can usually do the flying, and if I just focus on the teaching, I can usually do the teaching, but putting them both together, and it just disaster. So, yeah. Or not disaster, it's just not quite as polished as I would like it to be, and how I think it needs to be for Checkride. So yeah, just working on those. And I'll be flying more often myself and practicing those things myself and getting that down. Hopefully a lot more coming up. And then after that, so for the airport that I fly out of now, for instructor is like the GPS guy for quite a few of the aircraft. So since he's going to be a lot busier coming up now, I have been kind of working on taking that over. And so we were going to go get me keys for the hangars that needed them. And then turns out there's actually a master set already hanging out somewhere. So I can do that instead. Got that taken care of. Got all the GPSs updated. Still working on those sorts of things. There's always some sort of a snag with that for some reason. Oh, if for anyone who was around for the last time we updated GPSs and I thought I broke the computer, apparently I did not. So that's a good positive update. But yeah, other than that, I think that's about it. So yeah, we'll find somebody to raid. I am dead currently, but y'all can go have fun. Unless, of course, are you all going to bed? Because then I'll just cut it and go to bed as well. I mean, I will be going to bed, but if you guys want to go somewhere, I'll quick do the browsing thing. And yeah, and so next Tuesday, it is Tuesday. Yeah, so next Tuesday, we'll be flying again. For those of you who are new, we fly. We also once in a while, well, not once in a while, we like to do games on Sundays and reading on Thursdays. We're currently working through Sherlock, and when I say currently, I mean we haven't been in a while because I've been working on this. However, we're gonna get back to that at some point, but since I'm getting closer to CFI Checkride, we're just gonna be focusing on the flying for now. So again, Tuesday we'll be flying, barring changes. I have a Discord. You can go in my Discord. I'm not going to yell at you with caps lock. I'm sorry. There. I will let you know if anything changes. Sometimes I have to swap to Monday or to Thursday or something like that, but expect for now, Tuesday will be flying. Sorry, going back out or going back up. So you are now a flight instructor and a firefighter. Excellent. That's super cool. Career goal is just to build hours 1500 or get picked up by the Air Force Board, as this will be your second attempt at that this year. Good luck. It'll be great. Second time's the charm. So happy. I used your line. Oh God, which line? What did I say? We're crying out loud. My seat at the 407 is waiting for us. This is a delivery. I'm sorry. We're going. If you pass the ground, can almost guarantee that you'll pass flight. See, again, people say that. But like I feel like I'm going to be that person. I'm going to do something. I'm going to mess something up just because it'll be like, "Oh, I passed it." But now the pressure is on. I don't know. There's so many opportunities, so I don't want to necessarily go into it thinking that way, cuz then I absolutely will. Sorry. You had 2 attempts, okay? Had to redo your ground maneuver lesson because you botched it so hard. Oh, can I ask like what part of that? And you were going to bed for sure? Yes, like it is. It's necessary. I'm gonna pass out pretty quick here. Don't see anyone simming unless I don't mind someone who's not simming. I mean, we well, oh, hang on. Well, we'll find a new friend. How's that sound? If see the thing is like when we find new friends, I'm not sure that they speak because they're not speaking when I check into. Immediate interrogation, yes. I did. I've noticed like not only that, but also like people come in to chat and I won't acknowledge that they've just come in. I just continue with the conversation, like they just get brought into the conversation immediately. And then I have to like kind of go back a little bit and be like, "Oh, hello. How is it going?" Cuz I didn't say that cuz you're automatically already part of the shenanigans. So, yes. But addressing with a greeting, oh, this could be fun. Hang on. I think we're gonna go here. We're gonna go here. This this looks interesting. So, yes, I do. I like that immediate interrogation. It belongs on a t-shirt. It's my channel. Do what I want to do. Just here to help. I do for the Tuesdays. I do like to spread the love to the aviation gang. So and this kind of looks interesting for anybody who is sticking around. So yeah, you did steep turns, easy maneuver, but you couldn't say the words that the DP wanted to hear. Leave it at that because it was just poor explanation on your part during the oral exam. Just got nervous, which is absolutely fair. And that's the thing. That's why I started out my lesson plans by doing whiteboard stuff. So like putting it into a paper lesson plan and then drawing stuff on the whiteboard. And I realized after doing all of those, I don't want to have to think about what I need to say. I want all of that on the PowerPoints. So now I'm going back through and doing PowerPoints. So yeah, make sure he's still continuing. So yes, because I will. I'm gonna be the same way. I am such a nervous test taker, so I always feel like I have to like be that much more above the standard because I know it's gonna drop that far. So in order to actually meet the standard, I have to be that much above. Yeah, that sort of a thing. Sorry. So, finding the raid thing, doing the raid thing. And no, it's absolutely understandable. totally have drawn stuff out on a whiteboard before to explain stuff to viewers. Wait. Me doing that, or you? Yes. Do you have an easier way to do that? Because I haven't found one yet. But yes, enjoy your night. Thank you. You as well. We're getting to the raid. Shoot. This person says they're doing VR for the first time. So that looks interesting. So, yeah. You have an actual whiteboard with a camera. Oh, to use to show it. Okay, sounds good. Okay. Yes, me. You have done so, not me. Right. Yes. Okay. Sounds good. I wasn't sure. Do you see that? It's time. So yes, apologies. Yes. I could maybe figure something like that out. Kind of don't want to, especially because we're doing PowerPoints now, and that seems like it's working a lot better. So at some point, maybe. Otherwise, yeah. So to whoever got lost and found their way here, and found their way back, and decided to stick around, thank you so much. I appreciate it so much. I apologize so much for the lateness and all of my shenanigans. Thank you for putting up with me, and all the things. I had a lot of fun. Lot of things to think about. So I appreciate that as well. Thanks for flying along. Thank you. Thank you, Sparky Pilot and Pyrotech312 for the raids. Appreciate it so much. Good to see you. Welcome to all the new people. Thank you for the follows. Always good to see people that come around more often as well. So yeah, all the good things. Thank you. Find a rating, go to bed. I am. We get a phone number to call from the sleep controllers. Oh no, we're going. So yes. So we went over the things. Have a great whatever it's gonna be for you. Hope to see you again soon. Again, should be Tuesday. We'll let you know in Discord if it is not. If I forgot anything, brain has been mush for a while, so I didn't mean to. I apologize. Thanks for bearing with me, and yeah, all the things. So yeah. Before anything else, bye. Good night. Thank you so much. Hope to see you again soon. Thank you. And bye. Sorry.